Here's your badge, just head to the reg desk and we'll print you another one. Please also keep your personal belongings with you at all times. Lunch today will be served on the 4th floor in Geraldine's restaurant. The elevators are located just behind the reg desk. We'll also be continuing the buzz this evening at our rooftop cocktail party hosted by Howdy.com on level 4 pool deck, starting at the end of the conference at 5:35. On that note, I wanted to say a big thank you to all of our speakers, attendees, and sponsors for joining us this year. I also wanted to say a big thank you to the amazing Reuters events team, those of you who are here with me in Austin, and also to the team back in London for their work in making this event possible. Now, that is more than enough from me. I'm absolutely delighted to introduce to you our chairperson for the next 2 days, who I believe many of you will already know. Voted top 100 data innovators in the year 2022, AI Innovator of the Year 2021, and formerly IBM's first ever Chief AI Officer. Please put your hands together for the CEO of Trustwise, Seth Dobrin.
Thank you, Olivia. All right, well, welcome everyone. I'm super excited to be here. Wish it was about 10, 15 degrees cooler, but other than that, it's awesome. So I'm Seth Dobrin. I am currently the CEO of Trustwise, which is a generative AI company. Prior to that, I was the president of the Responsible AI Institute. And before that, as Olivia said, I was the first global chief AI officer ever at IBM. And today, I'm going to talk to you about a word that Olivia said, a couple times, and then when she first reached out to me, she was kind of thinking we'd have something around generative AI. But I don't think you could pick up an article, open your phone without seeing something about generative AI. But there are some very key issues with generative AI, and fundamentally, it comes down to trust. In order for humans to adopt any technology, we need to trust it. And in order to trust it, you need to understand it, and it needs to be humanized. And this is something I've been promoting for a very long time. When we talk about AI, we have to start with the humans. And we always have to focus on the humans and how they're interacting with it. And we need to start with their problems. And so I'm a scientist by training. I'm a geneticist. Believe it or not, we can get into that later, how I wound up here. But as a scientist, I like to start with the and the answer. So the first problem is these models hallucinate. The generative AI models hallucinate. And there's no good way to get a solid explanation. And we'll get into this a little deeper. You need to focus, as I mentioned, you need to take an approach that focuses on the human's needs. And it's important to remember that oftentimes a different human is using it than the human who will be impacted by it. So for instance, if I'm getting a mortgage, I'm the human that's impacted by it, but the mortgage broker is the human that's using it. Very simple, but we often forget about that. And then we also need to make sure we have open source and proprietary frameworks. Some of these problems are too important to be proprietary software when we start thinking about how we're going to address them. And so we're in a generative AI era now, and we've all seen this. Just real quick, the timer's not going, so I don't know when I'm going to be off time. So we're in the generative AI era, and there's all sorts of things going on here now. We have AI that writes code. Maybe it'll go. We have AI that creates AI. This one can be particularly scary while particularly cool at the same time. When you're probably already using generative AI today, there's tons of tools out there. Every day, new tools arise that have generative AI. When we think about the field, and we were talking about this just before, this field of generative AI is changing literally fundamentally weekly. If you look back to the last major transformation, which was cloud, a year in the cloud transformation is like a week in generative AI technology advancement. It's ridiculous to try and keep up with it. However, there are some key issues, right? We started talking about these. These large language models, the ones that we're talking about when we talk about generative AI or ChatGPT, are not safe for business use in their current form. And there's more than 50, and again, this increases all the time. There's new open source models coming out. Companies are building their own models. And there's this technology gap. And there's about 8 different gaps in technologies that I and others see. But the two most important ones when we think about particularly enterprises using these or using these to solve real human problems It's the problem of hallucinations, which essentially the models lie. They make stuff up. And there's no response explainability. And when there is, it's often wrong. So a study came out of Stanford about a month ago looking at platforms that actually give you references for explanations for how it got to it gave you a response. 40% of those answers had nothing to do with the response they gave you. Another 40% had incorrect aspects, even though they were on topic. So only 20% you could count on. So that's a problem. But there's a huge opportunity for generative AI. They just abound. You could think of anything where you could use this. And there's also, when we look beyond language, there's other opportunities in terms of different modes, in terms of different applications. And this arose from the whole surfacing of ChatGPT, which is a language model. Fundamentally, these are built on a technology called foundation models. And these models have broad applicability across the board. And even if you look at them as language, everything we talk about can be converted to a language. It's just a series of symbols that are a language. But is the AI nirvana here? Have we finally reached the point where we can start using and getting value from AI like we've been talking about for years? We're seeing small data models, small models from large data sets being built. This was a model that came out from Stanford again a few months after ChatGPT really took off, so probably March time frame. This was built for a few tens of thousands of dollars in really little to no time, just as performant as GPT-3. We're seeing the rise of industry-specific models. So the first one that came out was Bloomberg, and these are industry-specific, so trained on Bloomberg data, as well as other data. Now, one piece I didn't mention is when we think about how these language models specifically were trained, and even the image models, they're trained on the whole of the internet. And they're trained on things like Reddit. And Reddit is a great platform to understand how humans converse, but it's probably the worst platform you could pick for it to learn information off of. And so we need to start thinking about what kinds of data are going into these models that we're training for. And then we get into things like GDPR and the EU AI Act and CCPA, and there's all sorts of issues. There was a lawsuit filed by Sarah Silverman and a few other people yesterday saying that these companies are taking their identity without their permission. We have other large language models for industry specificity. NHS, the UK National Health Services, has a model that's trained specifically on their data that they use. This one actually is in the public domain also. And we're at the birth of the next app store. So a few months ago, OpenAI announced the ChatGPT plugin store. This is the new app store. You're going to start seeing things like we did with Apple and all of those. But what about technology being banned from schools? Or technology being banned in the corporate world? Or even in entire countries? And we're even seeing industry itself, however disingenuous it might be, proposing bans on the technology that they brought into the world. And we have AI that lies. It's just making up stuff. And I talked about this earlier. 47% of response explainability, of explanations, are completely fabricated. 46% are inaccurate. I think everyone in the world saw the attorney who was representing someone for a case against an airline, and he showed up to court, and all of the cases that he referenced did not exist. I don't even know how that's possible. It's like he had to try. And so it not only did it make up incorrect information, but it actually made up the references because it gave him cases that he could bring forward. Now, this also leads to lawsuits. So we're seeing defamation lawsuits. This is the front page of a lawsuit where ChatGPT made up some information about a person saying he was doing something horrible, and he never did it. Now, there are some technical challenges to adoption. And, again, they focus on hallucinations and response explainability, as well as regulatory compliance, a lack of explainability, and fairness and bias. That last one I just want to touch on for a second. We can't measure fairness and bias in these models the same way we were starting to think about them in traditional machine learning. Even in traditional machine learning, we were just using AI to estimate explainability and fairness and bias. We need to start doing what the financial services industry has been doing all along, which is looking at disparate impact. We don't really care if the model is biased. We care if the impact on the human is biased, and that's the most important thing. And there, a guy named Matt Martin, who's the CISO at LPL Financial, was at a conference, and hallucinations and response explainability are the only two things that CISOs care about. If you can solve that problem, it's going to be easier to get them in your organization. Now, AI has regulatory issues. The legal and regulatory issues aren't even understood. What is copyright violation? What does that mean in this world, right? This lawsuit that came out yesterday will give us some insights into that. AI is not compliant with global regulations. The only model that existed a few months ago when this study was done that is even close to being compliant with the upcoming EU AI Act is an open source one called Bloom. That's it. The rest of them, are not going to be compliant with this regulation. So what do we do now? Well, so we have a formula for safe and generative AI, and it's based off of a story, right? And so if you look at Pixar, they have a secret. Once upon a time, there was a fish named Marlin and his son Nemo. Every day, Marlin warns Nemo about the dangers of the ocean. One day, Nemo ignores his father. Because of that, he ends up in a fish tank. Because of that, he sets off on a journey until finally he finds Nemo and brings him home safely. Now, here's the formula for safe and generative AI. And any AI, actually, this helps you bring this into it. And so when we think about how we move forward, when we think about the context of the day, I want you to think about this. And I want you to think about those problems that I started with, the approach, and the outcomes that are desired. And really, really, the most important thing is put the human first. And with that, I'll stop. All right? But you're not rid of me yet. And so we're going to have the first editorial session of the day. And this is going to be conducted under the Reuters trust principles. And that means it preserves independence, integrity, and freedom from bias. And with that, if we could have the folks for this first session come up, Tamara Steffens, Jay Das, and Crystal Hugh, if you could all come up for this session, that would be fantastic.
Thanks, everyone, for joining us for an exciting session about investments in AI. Here we have two amazing investors in the space joining us. Tamara Steffens, who runs TR Venture Fund that launched last year of investing in AI from a corporate perspective. And we also have Jay Das, the president of Sapphire Venture, based in Menlo Park, who has been backing B2B SaaS companies for over 15 years. So it's great to have both of you here and bringing perspectives from both the corporate investor side and the venture invest side. So the AI wave we have been talking about in a while, and this is not the first time AI making its headlines. How is this wave different in your perspectives as an investor?
Yeah, we have been investing in AI for the last 20 years, right? I used to program in Lisp when I was in college. But, I think the real difference this time is the way that ChatGPT has grabbed the attention of, common users, right? Before, you had predictive AI or even self-driving cars, it was not as apparent as when you can go log into ChatGPT and you create a song that sounds like Drake, right? That kind of aha moment that you had, which was like the browser moment for internet, has really made kind of this generative AI phase really, really attractive.
Yeah, I agree. Prior to Thomson Reuters, I was at Microsoft, and we invested in a lot of AI as well. The advantage we have at TR is that we can invest in verticalization of AI. So the applications that are out there that are available now for legal, for tax, for fraud, for media, are real working apps where you can actually generate revenue from using that technology, either through speeding up your work or answering questions, same thing, faster. And you can actually, have a return on investment using those applications. And even on the infrastructure side of AI, prior to the last year or so, there was a lot of technology being built around, making better models, speeding things up. But now those are really being used to actually reduce the cost of those models and get them into market faster. So I love the fact that AI is now actually, you can prove that it makes money, so you can invest based on return, which is how we are supposed to invest.
Yeah, and definitely the data speaks to that. In the past 6 months, over $40 billion has been invested in AI startups. And I think, Jay, you have some news to make here live with our audience about Sapphire's commitment in the space.
That's right. We are announcing today that we are going to commit $1 billion to invest in AI-powered enterprises. Right? You guys are the first one to hear this. Thank you. We have been investing in this space for the last 20 years. So we have all 60 AI-powered companies. But what we have realized is with this new trend of generative AI, there's a lot of things that have to be solved, all the way from the tool chain, right? You have to understand how developers are going to actually build these AI-powered enterprises, right? There's a lot of security concerns. I think we are talking about it. All the hallucinations, all the kind of wrong information it's providing, but also, how do you provide, data kind of sovereignty? All of those issues have to be solved. And then on top of that, there's going to be new generation of applications that's going to be built. And, the money part is only a small portion of what we are planning to do. We are going to start this whole initiative within our firm where it actually helps developers to figure out, okay, where do I go and train my models? How do I make them secure? What are the best kind of go-to-market strategies for getting these AI-powered applications out to the market? And it's going to be, some of it is learning that we have had from investing for the over 22 decades. But it's also going to be certain new things that we are going to have this platform where we're also going to collaborate with our entrepreneurs and learn and share it with the rest of the ecosystem.
That's amazing. And for background, the Sapphire Ventures has about $10 billion asset under management, and this is coming from your $3 billion uninvested capital.
That's right.
So it's a big commitment for the firm.
Exactly.
And Jay, I know both of you talked to a lot of the AI startups, and you said part of the commitment is to want to help them to build a better AI companies in this age. What are the bottleneck issues you are seeing a lot of AI startups these days are facing?
Go ahead.
Well, I think training models is tough, right? It's very expensive. So even with small startups, they have to find a way to, work through that problem first. I think Microsoft and Amazon and Google are all trying to work with those startups to reduce some of that cost and help them. And there's certainly some technology out there that's coming to the forefront as well that will reduce the cost of, getting those models built and getting the technology built. So I think that's interesting. We're looking at investing in a lot of that infrastructure layer because we, as Thomson Reuters, could use it internally, but our startups that are doing, AI verticalization can use it as well.
Yeah. I think the whole tool chain, how you build applications, how you monitor it, how you integrate it with other applications, all of those things have to be rewritten, right? It's not going to be like completely starting from zero, but the CI/CD pipeline, right? The DevOps tool chain to monitor these new generation of applications, how they kind of behave, security around all of that. All of these things have to be rebuilt. So there's a lot of activity. You see all these announcements, a lot of investment going on. But just like everything else, there's a lot of work to be done before you can have it becomes like part and parcel of what we do in our everyday life, right? I remember I'm old enough to have investing when people got the browser out first, right? And when, every day something new would come out, Yahoo came out, Google came out, and now using a browser for doing anything is almost like second nature. People don't even think twice about it.
Yeah, and that's, I think, also what makes your job both fun and hard in the same way is we are sitting in this big platform shift, and you have to do a lot of predictions versus whether something is just a fad and without kind of the foundation that has been completely set up, where to put your money on. So how do you think about the full stack of AI investment in terms of the foundation layer, in terms of infrastructure and application? Where are you spending most of your time on?
I think we're spending a lot of time in the verticalization of it, particularly in tax, legal, and fraud, in looking at those applications. But at the same time, we are looking at a lot of foundational infrastructure tech that would support both, like I said, internal and external investments. There's going to be more than one winner out there in a number of these categories. I mean, you look at the days of the internet, and you brought up the browser. I mean, it was Netscape, right? That was the hot browser. And then, Microsoft was kind of the slow roll. But in the end, Microsoft won, right? They ended up, and now, that's not the case at all, right? You're back and forth because ultimately Google owns that market now, right? And that's how they make their money through ads. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see over the next 5 to 10 years, really, who comes out ahead. But I do think there's going to be more than one winner, both in the verticalization of AI applications and certainly in the infrastructure side of things.
Yeah, so we are looking, we kind of have two separate teams. One looks at application and one looks at infrastructure, right? On the application side, I think one of the big challenges is that who has distribution, right? You already have Microsoft out there. You already have Google out there with a lot of distribution, a lot of users. For them to add, certain kind of features which are based on generative AI is a lot easier. So you kind of have to pick and choose applications saying that, okay, how can this company survive? How can it create this data moat, right? In generative AI, I think one of the big things that's going to be is the feedback loop of getting the data back from the user so that you can retrain your models and make the models better. So figuring these things out is very critical. And then on the infrastructure side, as I said, everything is being rebuilt, right? I think the way you build a program is going to be rebuilt. There's going to be a lot of things that's going to go in for actually helping developers build their programs, right? How you go to APIs or kind of provide API documentation, write code, all of those things are going to change. So, so we are kind of as I said, we actually have a strategy group within our firm that is just thinking through all of these various issues to understand where we should be actually making bets.
To your point, Jay, the dynamic between startups and incumbents in this AI technology shift is really interesting. Yeah. If you look at the dollar invested in AI startups, actually a lot of them come from tech companies themselves.
That's right.
How do you guys evaluate that? Because I feel like they are both in competition in a way, but also work very closely in this age of AI.
Yeah, I think the incumbents have realized that, look, this is a wave that is coming, and they're much more, I think, this generation of CEOs who run these companies are much maybe smarter than the previous generation of tech companies, right? Because they have kind of grown in and they were the startups before. So they are kind of making sure that they have their ability to kind of see what things are developing, and by making these investments are also being able to kind of scoop them up at the right time.
That's good exit opportunities for you guys. And speaking of exit, Tamara, maybe you can talk about the case test acquisition did by Thomson Reuters, which I think it was an interesting example when big tech companies are thinking about build versus buy in this AI world.
Yeah, I mean, we're at an advantage in the market in general because we're going to do all three things, right? We're going to build, we're going to buy, we're going to invest, right? So from an investment perspective, we're looking at things that are horizon 3 and 4, like beyond, right? Smaller startups. We usually do Series A, some opportunistic seed deals, but those are things that are coming. It's going to take 3 or 4 more years for them to develop. We're also going to buy what we don't have, right? So if we need it for one of our verticals where we believe we can make a big difference, case text is a great example of that. Legal is a huge vertical for us as a market. And we think case text had a big advantage in what they were doing with their generative AI and their approach. And putting them inside Thomson Reuters will be a huge advantage to our legal customers. So I like being in a world where we can do all three because it allows us to make those decisions and invest where we need to.
But this is also a great example, right, where Thomson Reuters has distribution to all the legal firms for case text to kind of go and build that, would cost a lot of money and resources, right? And now you guys can buy it and drop it in, and you have access to the whole sales team that Thomson Reuters has, right? So that's going to be the case for a lot of startups.
We also have some great questions coming in from our audience, so please keep them coming. But one top question there is about moat in AI startups. I think you guys probably spend a lot of time thinking about them as well. A few months ago, there was a leaked memo from Google talk about how large language models may not have moat if they face competitions from open sources. So in your mind, what's the right moat for AI companies? Do you want to start?
I still think it's if you get out there first and you get the customers and you get the revenue and you get people using the technology, that's still going to be a huge moat, right? It is in tech in general. A lot of things can be copied. There can be fast follow, and some of those companies will, eventually lead. But I believe moat is still in getting out there and getting the customers first. Having the best technology does matter. Open source has an advantage because there's more people working on it, more people adding to it. And generally speaking, if the rules apply, open source will probably end up leading in the end. That's my prediction. So I think if you look then underlying, what is the infrastructure and what is the technology underlying that's actually going to support both open source or the large language models from people like Google and OpenAI, is that where the leader is going to be there, right? And I think it's exactly why Databricks, bought Mosaic ML, because they know that infrastructure is going to be key regardless of the model.
Yeah, we believe that it's the data that is definitely going to be the moat, right? Finally, that you come to the point where how do you get to the data? How do you use that data to train your models better? But then on top of it, how do you kind of, basically add to the data so that your models are the best, right? So creating this feedback loop where you train the model, and then have your customers use it, and based on that, give more feedback to the models and make it better. I think the people who get there, get the data first, are probably going to be, the winners in this, in this era of generative AI, because for the first time, data is probably going to be the moat, and your access to data is going to be the way you prevent other people competing with you.
Lots of people in our audience are also corporate leaders who want to better understand what's the best way to adopt AI technology. I think that's a conversation happening across boardrooms in enterprises. And you guys see it firsthand with a lot of your portfolio companies and companies you sit on board with. What are the common ways you're seeing people are adopting, and what are the top concerns there?
I mean, I think he pointed it out, that data is a moat, right? And the data has to be accurate. And exactly the first speaker talked about an example in legal where the person had cited cases that never occurred. And so you have to be sourcing the data from a trusted source, right? And so I think that's going to be really important, and you're not just wildly going out there and grabbing, whatever's out there. So I think that's pretty important from an overall perspective in the question. If an enterprise is going to use it and they're going to tap into AI, they should know the underlying source and where it's pulling from and make sure that that is an accurate source.
Yeah. Look, I think I've seen this a little bit with predictive AI, right? When we were looking at it and investing, all the CIOs would come in and want to get a demo from the predictive AI companies. They would say, hey, we have to make every company, every knowledge worker AI enabled. I think what people forgot was that what is the value, what is the problem that the AI is solving, right? And I think that doesn't go away with generative AI, because you can have people in your team, both from your CIO, from your technical team and your strategy team looking at generative AI or the new version of AI. But at the end of the day, fundamentally, if it's not solving a problem within the enterprise and creating value, either for your customers or for your support team or for your development team, I think it's going to fail. So I think that is, everybody kind of, says, yeah, we should do something around generative AI, right? That's going to be probably a mantra within the boardrooms. But I think figuring out what problem are you going to solve with this is much more critical than actually figuring out the technology.
Using someone else's foundation model or build your own model is a common debate happening on enterprises now. Which one will reveal, or you think it will be coexisting in a way?
I think definitely coexisting. there are some organizations and verticals that do not need to go build their own models, and there are some that will benefit from, building a model. It's exactly why Mosaic ML did so well and got acquired for 65x their revenue, is because they had if you will, a rubric that would show you, should you build your own model? Under these circumstances, yes. For these reasons, no. And it's pretty good. It's a pretty good way of looking at whether you should bother to build your own model, in my opinion. There's several other technologies and companies out there that are doing the same thing, that are helping you evaluate how you will benefit if you build your own model or if you don't.
I think I agree. It'll be a hybrid thing. I think most people will probably take an existing open source model and probably train it with their own data and protect that model once it's trained, rather than kind of developing something from scratch. But there will be tech companies that probably will take an existing model and change it a little bit better or differently because it applies to a specific vertical, whether it's healthcare, whether it's legal, whether it's something else, financial. So yeah, I think it's going to be a hybrid. But I think most of the models that people are going to be using in the enterprise are probably going to be open source that has been trained with their proprietary data.
And some people also ask about the hallucination problem in AI models, because as we know in enterprise settings, especially in some highly regulated industry, the room for error is pretty low.
Yeah, look, I think it also depends on what it's trained on, right? And I think a lot of time, the ChatGPT or GPT-4 and 3 and 4 hallucinates because it's trained on a lot of data around the web, right? But if you take like legal data, right, or if you take healthcare data and just train your models on that, you already decrease how much hallucination it's going to do, right? So depending on that, you can kind of constrain the amount of hallucinations. But there's going to be more technology that's going to develop over time to make sure that these models don't hallucinate.
Using your crystal ball a little bit, with all the current challenges and opportunities with AI adoptions in enterprise we're seeing, what do you expect the next 6 months will see the biggest kind of adoption or technological breakthrough with AI?
Wow, it's a tough one. I mean, I do think we being Thomson Reuters are in a really good spot, both in legal and in tax, because I think those are areas where, one, you can source the data from trusted sources, which we have, and two, those are verticals which can really benefit from both speed and the technology of AI. So, I think looking at those verticals, and healthcare is another big one, pharmaceuticals and healthcare in general, I think those are areas that are going to benefit from this, right away.
It's hard to predict, right? I think people, whenever we talk about these things, we think that it's going to get adopted in the next 6 months here. I think this is like a decade-long kind of a process where this gets fundamentally brought in. But as Tamara said, it is going to be like where there is content-heavy, content-rich things like in legal or healthcare or financial services. I think those things, actually in software development, because in my opinion, software is probably the most expensive content that you can create. All of those areas, like in marketing, generative AI is going to have a huge impact. When does it go in and automate your business flows, your business tasks, and things like that? That is going to happen, but those things are probably going to take a lot longer.
One thing we know for sure is, Jay, you'll be busy deploying your $1 billion investment in the space. So we'll all keep an eye on that.
Will do.
So this is Jay from Sapphire Venture and Tamara from TR Ventures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Really timely conversation, considering there were $5 billion in acquisitions made in the last 2 weeks, partly thanks to Thomson Reuters. And so great conversation. Also timely with the next one, which is going to focus on the more private equity side of the conversation. And this one's sponsored by one of the platinum partners for the conference, Entra. And with that, we welcome you all up to the stage to have a really good conversation about this.
I'm Mark Beckew, and I'm Research Director for AI at Futurum Group. Hard to say. I'm going to say couple quick words about this idea. I'm going to let my folks here introduce themselves. But we're going to talk a little bit today about how AI is impacting a vertical, right? So if you think about the legal profession, and we were talking a little earlier about, if you think about a profession or an industry-specific area where you have people that are careful, hopefully careful, or thinking about how they do things, typically they take their time in going forward with some sort of technology or change. So that's going to be an interesting thing to talk about here. So I'm going to ask Dr. Ma and Nate to introduce themselves real quick and tell us a little bit about why they're here to talk about these things.
Yeah, hi everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Megan. I'm the Assistant Director at the Stanford Center for Legal Informatics. Our center is basically a joint operation between the Stanford Law School and the Stanford Department of Computer Science. Our kind of mission is building technology for law. So unlike kind of most lawyers that are in the space of law for technology, we're sort of the reverse. And so a lot of kind of the discussion that I'm hoping to kind of tease out today comes from a place where we've not only looked into the space of what these large language models can do, but what they could do and what they should do. And those are sort of like the areas that I hope to kind of tease out further today.
Yeah. I'm Nat Kunis. I'm the Chief Product Officer at Entra. I joined Entra a few months ago. Previously, I worked in real estate tech and AI for real estate tech. And one thing that really excited me about joining Entra was the legal profession is an area that I viewed as completely ripe for disruption. The way that it's been done today, but it's also a highly regulated, right, and risk-averse industry. And so I've always found that if you can be successful deploying new technologies and softwares in highly regulated, risk-averse industries, then you could pretty much do it in any industry, right? Because that's probably one of the biggest challenges that you can come across. And so that was one thing that really excited me about Entra, this vision of utilizing artificial intelligence to truly disrupt the legal profession, especially around contract management. And so I'm a few months in here and getting more excited even every day that I've been here. But yeah, excited to talk a little bit about legal and AI.
All right, thanks, Nat. So he touched on a little bit of a question we're going to go into with Dr. Ma and say, we'll ask you again, Nat, to talk about it a little bit more. But you say, what excites you about AI when you think about your context, right? And, there is a difference between the attention it's receiving now and how we've been down this road for a few years. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Ma first. We'll go to Nat.
Absolutely. So there's a couple of tests that we do at our center. This was kind of put forward by one of our affiliate faculty, Professor Harry Surdin. And there's a test that I frequently talk about, which is what I call the Apple test. And with models prior to sort of the release of ChatGPT, we would ask this question, how many legs does an apple have? And the answer would always come back as an apple has 4 legs. Anyone who is of any common sense would know that that is a weird response. And of course, it was based on pattern recognition. So you'd see, it sees legs, so it's going to think it's an animal. However, with ChatGPT, we asked the same question, and the response was, an apple is a fruit and therefore does not have any legs. And I think for me, that was a key inflection point. And I think we still think about that test as a way to see how we think about use cases going forward. Are there ways to kind of push the limits of complex reasoning using these large language models? So to me, that I think is the most exciting point.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of at this precipice of really, changing the game within legal. And, the one that made all the headlines recently, right, was ChatGPT has passed the bar exam, right? Okay, that's pretty big, right? If you think about it, that's, But at the end of the day, what does that demonstrate? It demonstrates a academic kind of baseline understanding of the law. And if you think about it in terms of people and expertise, that aligns very closely with what you would consider like a junior associate to be capable of, right? They don't have the expertise yet in terms of applying the law in real life, but they have a great academic understanding. They graduated college, they have a great baseline, they've passed the bar exam. And so when you think about the maturity of of these AI models today, that's kind of that baseline that you can draw a comparison to. And so what does that mean, and how is that exciting in the legal profession? Well, think about all the applications that law firms, corporate legal departments, private equity firms are deploying junior associates into, and think about how you can leverage AI to possibly supplement or replace some of those in that space. And all of a sudden, it becomes a force multiplier in your business, right? And so really the thing that I'm most excited about is that human-computer interaction there, right, where you have AI supplementing a human capital workforce and all the possibilities that you can do to move faster, be able to make better investments. It really kind of changes the speed and pace at which companies can operate at.
Before I go to the next question, I'm going to throw you a little bit of a curveball and say, interesting when you think about the legal profession, when you're trying to look at efficiencies, right? So when you're looking at, is there a lot of data is there a lot of redundancy? Is there something that should be automated? So Nat, can you talk about that a little bit more and say, you mentioned the junior associates and things like that, but do you feel like there's a runway for a lot to be done?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of the legwork that you have junior associates doing, whether it's kind of first pass, first markups on different documents, all the way down to case study, research, right? There's all kinds of applications coming out there that you can leverage AI essentially to do that first pass, and then have a senior associate kind of come in and review the work. I'll talk more about that in a minute, but I think that that kind of application of technology really allows companies to get way more efficient, both in their back office and their operations, and how they're trying to be more efficient and grow in that manner, all the way through to front office. Like in private equity markets, you're looking to try and make smart investment decisions, and you're trying to make them fast. I mean, you talk to a lot of these venture capital firms, and the number of times that they've had to move incredibly fast through a deal because there's so much competition to invest. Speed is critical, and so being able to move fast by leveraging technology to help you make those decisions, it's a game changer.
So, Dr. Ma, same question, which really is, here's legal professionals, leveraging AI. What are the benefits, in your opinion, of them leveraging AI?
Yeah, so I think I'd start probably from the space of legal education. So working at a law school, one of our big critical questions is, how do we prepare our lawyers on the market? And it's quite a saturated market at times. And I think that with the onset of these tools, a lot of what Nat was mentioning is that we could start preparing law students at this stage. And I think about the class like legal research and writing. If you've gone to law school, it's one of those classes that everyone doesn't really want to take. They just want to get it over with. They're kind of taught the structure, and they're kind of like, I want to get to the meaty cases. I want to know about all those like groundbreaking seminal cases. But actually, I think the excitement of this technology is going to bring a fresh look into how these classes are going to be thought of. Legal research is going to change. We're going to have all of these, programs and software that's going to be able to kind of seamlessly integrate how they research. I know that when I was in law school, we often have this thing called the prison of Boolean search. We had to figure out which keywords to kind of punch in. That's no longer something that's necessary. We can actually go forward with full sentences. We can think about those ideas. I also think about using these models outside of this kind of accuracy paradigm and in the space of almost like a sketch pad. We can use it to kind of start and avoid some of that writer's block, or maybe even look into kind of maximizing all these different templates and all of the past work that people have done and kind of look to them as example. And we can have that in a concentrated manner. So I think first, like from a legal education standpoint, there's a lot of potential there. I think from the other side of legal use cases is kind of piggybacking on Nat's discussion of the junior and senior associates. We're going to see a lot more ability for very tailored and highly valuable mentorship sessions. So I know that many junior associates, they're often paired with partners. Some of them in the room, they know that you don't have a lot of time on your hands. And so kind of thinking about a first-year associate most law firms, they'll let me know that, hey, the first year is kind of a write-off for us. We need the first-year associate to understand the client base, how you speak to clients, how you interact with them. You can kind of do all of that with large language models to kind of build tools that could simulate some of these contract negotiations, simulate kind of how you kind of write these legal briefs and sort of maximize that commentary and guided commentary. And so when you have an actual mentorship session between a first-year associate or junior associate and a partner, it's going to be incredibly valuable because the associate is going to come prepared and they know exactly the questions that they want and where they want to improve. So
No, I have a question for you. All right, so we talked about this in before we came up here, and I'm interested to give the folks here an idea of context of before and after generative AI, before and after. So you're mentioning a lot of things that, Dr. Mah, you're talking about a lot of things that really have to do with where we are in this explosion of generative AI. Where were you thinking before? When you were thinking about AI as it applies in the field, and Nat, if you can take a shot at that too. Let's do Dr. Mah first.
Yeah, so I think that's a really fantastic question. A lot of, I think, pre-generative AI, there was some discussion about NLP, some discussion about information retrieval, but they're kind of quite niche, quite frankly, to the legal market or to even law schools and lawyers. Most of them kind of are married and tethered to Office 365, in particular Microsoft Word. And I think that lawyers had always felt that this was the tool that they're comfortable with. They've wrestled with and gone through, working with all the formatting questions. And now that they've graduated, they're still going to be kind of trapped in this Microsoft Office space. But I think this interesting turning point is maybe the release of not only Microsoft's partnership with OpenAI and the kind of democratization of this technology, but on the other hand, its announcement on Copilot. And so there's this kind of reality now that's set with lawyers that, hey, this might actually be integrated with this tool that we love so much. So how do we deal with that? And so I think that that's kind of how I see it. A lot of the times lawyers are not only risk averse, but change averse at times. So I think that no matter all this flashy technology that's been out there, they didn't see the urgency that has now struck with generative AI and large language models. And I think that's why it's been kind of quite a big discussion.
So, and just to be clear, we talked about there are some vendors out there that have offered AI services to the legal community, and you're saying this is game-changing?
Yes.
Okay. Nat?
Yeah, I always go back to, technology for technology's sake is not very valuable, right? And I think it has to solve a real problem in someone's business or daily workflow, right? And I think the more that you can provide that value to the end user, the more adopted, even in an industry like legal where folks are very set in their ways. Like I mentioned, I just came from real estate. If you thought legal was really set in their ways, real estate's even worse, right? These people are like still, doing everything on paper, and they look at a building and they go, "Oh, it looks great." So I think the value and the utilitarianism of it has to be, paramount. And I think the area that's most changed with generative AI is ultimately the user interface, because what you've now changed is instead of previously you'd automate a workflow by like shortening a couple clicks for them. Now you're using natural language to communicate what you want. So a lawyer can sit there and get a document back and say, change the jurisdiction to New York, right? And it will AI can automatically write the right clause and obligations in there to update that based on what it believes you're trying to accomplish there. Then you can have a human come in and review and kind of bless the final document. And so changing that interface is actually, in my mind, one of the biggest game changers there, because that's what's going to provide the most utilitarianism to them, right? That's what's going to speed it up versus just having some drop down or something where they have to say, like, change jurisdiction to, like, it can still work that way, but that interaction point is really critical.
Very good. So we had one question we wanted to save for last, and it's an interesting one. We all agreed it was an interesting one to approach. So what are the actual risks of applying AI in the legal in private market space, and what are the steps you should take to mitigate those? Dr. Ma first.
Yeah, so I think there's been quite a bit of discussion already on this notion of fact hallucination, and that's certainly a risk and a technical risk that we think about a lot. But I might say something a bit controversial and actually talk about maybe stepping out of the accuracy paradigm in some of the use cases we're thinking about. And what I mean by that is there's a kind of tethering that we have to use large language models for absolutely just about anything. And a lot of the use cases that people are discussing are the automation of sort of these, highly repetitive tasks that do require an extent of precision and accuracy. But actually, how often do you ask a lawyer or compliment a lawyer by saying, wow, you are very accurate? Instead, I think that sometimes what these tools are incredible for is this narrative component and this ability to kind of develop sort of argumentation technology. One of the things that we've experimented with was trying to capture what is that value add of a partner. And so many of you who have paid lawyers are probably asking yourselves that same question. And we actually did an experiment of, what is the sort of difference between what a litigation partner would see versus what a transactions lawyer or transactions partner would see. And we saw that there were these marked differences. And so how do we capture that in our training data so that we can have models that almost simulate? If I was redlining a contract or, marking up a contract, can I get an opinion of something that's weak language that could subject me to disputes? That's one area that we could think about. The other side of kind of playing on mitigating some of the risks is actually understanding.
Wait a minute. When you said that, are you saying that the lawyer puts together the language and the model checks it, or the other way around?
Actually, the model is not checking any of that language. What I'm referring to is actually building a tool that a lawyer could mark up, and this is a little bit more of that human-machine collaboration, but a transactions lawyer could mark up a contract, but it might click a button which will give you commentary on what a litigation partner might have marked up in the same contract. And we've noticed that actually from an analog perspective, partners frequently go to their friends in different departments to ask if their language is ironclad. And we're just kind of simulating some of these scenarios. The other side that we often think about is, can we simulate contract negotiation, contract sort of positions and strategies? And so a lot of these exercises aren't necessarily kind of driven by this accuracy question. And I think if we're playing into almost the narrative argumentation structuring, then we don't have to be containerized by this fear of fact hallucination, because what we're depending on is not actually this precision and accuracy. What we're interested here is alternative perspective, finding different paths to get to those solutions. So,
Nat?
Yeah, I think what Dr. Ma mentioned is it's spot on, and it's actually not the future. It's here today, and I think that's actually a service that Entra even offers within our tool set, is that ability to serve up alternative language that might be better used in this use case based on this large data set that we have. So the AI will actually read through the contract and suggest markup language that you can then review. And I think to answer the broader question that was asked, I think the future of this is this marriage of AI plus humans. Having that senior associate be able to go in and be a more efficient, wiser senior associate because the AI technology is serving up insights to them. I call it, this concept, and I didn't invent this, but it's this concept of the systems of intelligence, right? You're leveraging technology to help you make smarter decisions in your day-to-day workflow. And it's doing that by using these large data sets, identifying trends, serving up, using generative AI to actually propose, different language, different clauses within your contracts, so that you're running a better, more resilient kind of business as you go forward. And so that's kind of the biggest change that I see coming forward. And it's, a lot of it's here today. I think that's kind of a key takeaway.
Perfect. Well, we're out of time. Appreciate it. Thank you for your insights.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Dr. Ma. Mark, good as always. And thanks, Entra, for sponsoring this last session. The next session is sponsored by Protect AI. And this one is on regulation, who's going to set the rules for AI. And if we could have Amanda, Jerry, and Ian come up, and I'm going to join this. And while they're coming up, I want to remind everyone that the cameras at the back are for the live broadcast. And so even if you just glance it, you mess up the live broadcast. So if you could give it 2 feet width of room and not stand at the back, that would be ideal. Thank you. Hi, Amanda.
Excellent. Hello. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to this session. I'm really excited to kick it off. My name is Amanda from the Responsible AI Institute. We're an Austin-based nonprofit that works to help organizations and businesses scale their responsible AI. I'm really excited to be joined by this panel in this moment where there's so much buzz around AI and specifically regulation and that idea of the regulations, guardrails, how it relates to innovation and regular business operations. So today, let's go ahead and jump right in with a question about what do each of you think is driving the demand for guardrails today? And if you could each answer what you think brings us to this specific moment and introduce yourself at the top of the question. Let's start with you, Seth.
All right, I'll skip the introduction. But I think in November of last year, there was this seminal moment when the world first got their hands on ChatGPT, really accelerated the first couple weeks of January when it started hitting the news. And then the way this technology is built has some inherent issues, with how the data is collected, how it's used, how it's taking people's identity, what it does to copyright. And so I think this, on top of what that looks like in the context of what we've seen with social media and the maybe not so regulated as it should have been use of social media, I think this is really leading us to this moment.
Wonderful. Hello, everyone. My name is Jerry Ma, and I serve as Director of Emerging Technology at the United States Patent and Trademark Office. I think the key to understanding this current inflection point in AI is understanding what's changed in the past 5 to 10 years. Nothing about the current AI revolution is particularly novel in terms of methods. The same methods that are powering chatbots and other generative language AI, at least, are the same methods first pioneered in 2017 with a seminal research breakthrough known as the transformer. We've had the same models since 2017 that are powering, in large part, the innovations of today. So what has changed? What's changed are 3 things: data, compute, and applications. The AI world has sort of been in this sort of Brownian motion style random search across the innovation landscape to figure out where is the data going to come from to scale these transformers, from where they were in 2017 to things we see today. How are we going to get the compute, and how are we going to network the compute together in order to increase our model capacities and computational throughput by hundreds to thousands fold? And then finally, what applications are actually going to be available to deploy these AI models within toward practical impact? I think the inflection point we see today is basically a confluence of these 3 pieces falling together. And as as someone in government in the regulatory sphere, what are regulators going to care about? They're not going to care about the underlying basic model architectures. Those are already been disclosed. We understand the model architectures pretty fully. What regulators are going to care about are the novel elements: data, compute, and applications, because those are the things that actually define what these AI models are doing in the real world.
Hey, Seth, awesome job in the keynote.
Oh, thank you.
I love that you brought up transformers, so it's great to get on the technical side. So AI and machine learning has been a critical driver of digital transformation. That's why we're talking about guardrails, and to set up the moment here for the discussion around regulation, this digital transformation, it's really about how organizations and enterprises create new products, new services, reduce operational costs, further delight your customers. And I've seen the adoption of AI and machine learning really deliver results here, where I've been the AI and machine learning leader at Amazon, at Oracle. Today I sit before you as the CEO of Protect AI. We build solutions for security, GRC of AI and machine learning. And as I think about AI and machine learning and the value, I was on a call recently with a customer. And my co-founder, Dee, if you're in the audience, I think you're over there, raise your hand. He was asked, talk about the differences between AI and machine learning and kind of the moment we're in generative AI. And one thing he said, which was, I thought, really interesting and a good explanation is, AI is the vehicle for digital transformation. Machine learning is the engine. Now, as we think about the past even just 6 months, generative AI, it's moving extremely fast. This car is blazing down the highway. And Goldman Sachs just came out recently and said, you know what? Generative AI can deliver upwards of $7 trillion in added global GDP. That is insane. I mean, we are flying down the highway in this car of AI. This machine learning engine is humming. Now, so what do we need to do? We need to make sure we drive it responsibly. We need to have safety checks. We need to do the proper basic maintenance. And we need regulation. We need GRC. We need security practices for AI.
Yeah.
And we need standards.
True. Yes,
Absolutely. To work in collaboration. Yeah, it's really helpful to get that context from those of you who have been leaders and working in this space, and to look at what's unique about this moment as that car is hurtling towards us. Regulation is coming at the same time. And I feel a bit of empathy for our regulators, because it's difficult to think about regulations for AI that are future-proof, that have all of the right considerations when the use case can be so different. So what are some of those challenges and considerations for regulation in this time, in your opinion? Maybe we can start with you, Ian.
Yeah. So as we talk about regulation, there's the EU AI Act. We're seeing stuff happen in the US with the AI Commission Act and others, even just in New York, as we look at HR, AI use cases. As we talk about the key challenges, so some of the things that I wrote down and was thinking about is, how do we measure risk? How do we audit? How do we set guardrails, as you mentioned, Seth? And how do we comply? So we have to have systems in place and a foundation of this knowledge. Now, I have worked with tens of thousands of enterprises that have deployed AI. Systems of record do not generally exist within companies. So as we think about the challenges of AI, it's set that basic area of knowledge. We all need to have that. Now, as we have been talking about generative AI, and I know hallucinations have been brought up multiple times, there's another area of generative AI that is a massive challenge right now, but also a security risk, and it is prompt injections. Now, prompt injections is a security attack, if you will, that are carefully crafted prompts that are made to make the model do something that it should not do on that side. Now, there are some solutions in this space. There's a really cool open source project you can look at called rebuff.ai. But as we adopt generative AI, we need to make sure that we have a foundation of knowledge of how it's built, its purpose, how do we audit, how do we monitor it, and only then can we actually say, can we comply to regulations and have the systems to measure that?
Wonderful. Ditto to all of that. I think, as the representative of the Patent Office, it is my sworn duty to answer this question with a intellectual property flavored bent. So let me go ahead and do that. Generative AI, going back to my earlier theme, relies on data. Data is the engine that fuels generative AI, and consequently, generative AI also produces data artifacts that can be the subject of intellectual property. So when we think about, when we think about the $7 trillion of value that might be generated by these new AI innovations, the key question becomes, to whom does this value accrue? That is at the heart of intellectual property. And we in the government are committed to figuring out, we don't have all the answers, but we're figuring out under the existing law some of the key thorny challenges and open questions around this sort of value accrual process. This implicates many forms of intellectual property. Intellectual property is not a monolith. There are copyrights, there are patents, there are trademarks, there are trade secrets, and the regimes for protecting different forms of IP can vary widely. So, the inputs to AI might properly be the subject of copyright law. Now, the outputs of AI and the methods that drive AI might be the subject of patent law. And then yet other things that companies choose to hold close and confidential might be the subject of trade secrets. each of these regimes will govern AI innovation in different ways. And I think it's incumbent on not just government, but the broader community to help figure out how we handle these newfound intellectual property challenges. To whom does value accrue? To whom should we sort of attribute the innovation that AI induces? And I just want to end with an observation as to how intellectual property can facilitate the trustworthy and responsible deployment of AI that you alluded to. Key to trustworthy AI is being able to peer behind the curtain to see exactly what these so-called black box models are doing. Now, if things are held close to the chest and not disclosed or disseminated, it becomes very hard to do that. Because you can't audit something that's just an enigma, a black box, if you will. You first need to be able to see the methods, and in some cases, the actual model weights, the bag of numbers that comprise an AI model, to be able to audit. So what can IP do to help facilitate these sort of safeguards? IP can, by virtue of giving innovators an incentive to disclose the details of their innovations, as is the case with patent grants in the US and most other jurisdictions, intellectual property can be a driving force to encourage innovators to talk about how they did it, what are the key inputs to any AI method, what are the risks, and in that manner, help regulators and the general public at large, civil society, et cetera, be able to assure that these AI methods are being deployed responsibly and in a trustworthy manner.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, both of you said is spot on. I think there's some fundamental concerns that we have to think about when we talk about regulations. I think first and foremost, can the regulators keep up, right? I mean, that's the most important thing. First, I said earlier that this field is changing weekly, and it literally is. And people who are experts in this field can't keep up. How do we expect people who are relatively ignorant of this field to keep up and make regulations? So that's one aspect. The other that Ian hit on is, how do you know if you're complying, right? How do you even know? And luckily, thanks to some of the work of the Responsible AI Institute and other organizations, the EU AI Act actually points to global standards. And they say if you are aligned to the ISO EEC standards for AI, which is going to be released shortly, I believe, then you are likely to comply with this regulation. They're never going to say you're going to comply, but they'll say you're likely to. And so that's point number two. And the other is, to your point, Jerry, what is a copyright infringement? What is an IP infringement? So is it only the information going in? Is it the information going out? Do we have to start thinking about fractional IP protection for things coming out of these? So let's say you have a piece of work, like a piece of art that's made up from 30 different pieces of art. Are each of those 30 people that created that art entitled to the whole thing or a fraction? Or what does that even look like? Or is that even a violation of a copyright or something like that? So these are all things we need to think of. In terms of, let's go back to the first one, I think we need to look holistically as leaders. So we are all leaders in this space in corporations and technology. And we need to look really carefully at what happened with social media. Social media created these echo chambers using AI. This AI is only going to make it worse. It also widened the digital divide globally. And so if you look at north of the equator versus south of the equator, many of these technologies are built with a very Western eye. And we need to be careful as regulators, thinking about as a regulator, not to inflict Western values on the rest of the world through technology. There are other ways we should do that if we feel strongly. We shouldn't inflict those on the rest of the world. For instance, bias. The Western view of bias is very different than other parts of the world. So if you look at the U.S. and Europe, right, we're really focused on male, female, black, brown, white, right? Those are and gender identity. Those are really important. You go into parts of Asia, there is no black, brown, white. Everyone looks the same, so that's not even an issue for them. You go into parts of Africa, it's the same thing. And so we can't inflict those values on the technology itself, as you were alluding to, Jerry. We need to start looking at the outcome and measuring these things on the outcome, and how do we do that holistically as a society, and how do we use this technology to bring us together instead of rip us apart? Because if we expand the digital divide, whether it's different economic classes in the Western world or different parts of the world, that's going to lead to disruption of society, more than likely, in my opinion. So we need to be really careful about that, and regulators need to think about that and do what the EU is proposing, where they're regulating the actual outcomes for the most part. Now, there's other regulations that play into that in terms of GDPR and CCPA, where a lot of these may or may not be violating some of these regulations. In terms of how do you know if you're complying, as I mentioned, EU has pointed to a set of standards, the ISO AIM standards and other AI standards. As you measure against these, reach out to Amanda about the Responsible AI Institute, how they can help you do that. But I think we also need to look at regulations like New York, where they didn't do this. So the New York Automated Employment Act. They didn't do this. The regulation was supposed to go into effect like 9 months ago. It never went into effect because companies were like, how do I know? What is an audit? How do I know if I'm complying? How do I know if I'm good enough? And so this concept of using global standards is incredibly, incredibly important. And I think, quite honestly, we're going to need to look at regulatory bodies like the FDA, the EPA, the European version of those. Those are bodies that push regulation from experts under the guidance of the governments. And so, just like you need someone who's, very skilled in, in healthcare and pharmaceuticals in the FDA, you're going to need someone who's very skilled in AI leading along the governments as they start drafting regulations. And then finally, as corporations, we really, really, really need to think holistically about what impact the technology we're bringing forward is going to have on the humans. So not how the humans are going to use it, but the actual impact it's going to have on the humans.
Seth, I just want to add one key point to your excellent remarks. I think you've touched upon a number of global standards and guidelines, proposed regulations from the European Union. And I just want to add on that we in the United States have, not direct correspondences, but analogous documents that we believe can help both federal government agencies, but also the broader industry be able to deploy AI in a responsible manner. Two things that come to mind are the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, recently released by the White House, as well as the final version of the Artificial Intelligence Risk Management Framework released by our good Department of Commerce colleagues at the National Institute for Standards and Technology, NIST. These are not legal requirements. Key point is that these are voluntary guidelines for companies to follow, but we believe, across the federal government, that these are, rich, well thought out sets of guidelines and principles for which, industry would do well to base their AI deployments and AI activities on. So we believe there's a robust regulatory landscape and guidance landscape around the world, and we believe, the U.S. is, at the forefront, neck and neck with, other leading jurisdictions in defining what that will look like.
Yeah, I think in defining what that looks like, you're absolutely right for those outside of government. I think in regulation with teeth or something where you can actually act on it, we're not there yet, and the U.S. is set up so that we may never get there, but that's okay. But I think to your point about the government, I spent a lot of time with the government, both in defense and public part and non-defense parts of the government, and actually the government in the U.S. has got it right. Spending a lot of time with the Defense Department, they take this very seriously. The DoD released some guidelines that actually Amanda helped them write in terms of what is the ethical use and responsible use of AI, and how does the DoD as a whole want to show up. And so that's a really good point that I forgot to mention, Jerry. The U.S. government's actually doing it right. Now the rest of us need to get it right.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of that is what we keep touching on, but there is a question, and the questions are flooding in, so thank you all. Please keep providing those. But a question about the role of standards, and specifically, I'd love if you could talk about how that affects business operations, at what points different teams might interact with standards, how there might be standards processes, as well as the role it plays in complementing legislation. Whoever wants to take that.
I can start. I might take a different tact on this, but I was interested in something you said, Seth, in terms of how do we know if we comply, to these standards. And so we have these regulations, these standards, these blueprints that are coming out in the U.S., in the EU. And as we think about it from a business perspective, I have a couple questions that you could take back to your teams. The first one is to ask your teams that are building, deploying the AI machine learning, how secure or how compliant is your AI? Now, the response you might get is, yes, it is. We know, all the stuff. But it's the follow-up question. How do you know? which is really important. Because when you ask, like, and you pose this of like, hey, there's these standards, we can comply to them. How do we know we comply? There is no bill of materials for machine learning right now. So let's think about that.
There is no accountable person either in most organizations.
Correct. And so as we think about the bill of materials, the foundation of knowledge to understand how these things are built, how they are used, who built them, it's incredibly important that we understand that foundational area of knowledge to understand, do we even comply? So we talk about the regulations, the rules that we're all going to have to adhere to, but yet we don't have the basics in place. So ask these questions. Now, why is this important to understand how these things are built? Why is it important to understand the bill of materials? Because that's where a lot of the inherent risks are. I'm going to say something that is a headline statement right now. There's no original art in AI right now. It's built on the backs of prior research, academia, open source libraries, languages, models, foundational models on that stuff, all packaged together to create AI applications that your companies are deploying. In that supply chain are risks. I'll give a couple examples real quick. My company, we found a risk, a critical vulnerability in a package called MLflow. What is MLflow? It's downloaded millions of times every week. It's deployed by probably a lot of the companies in here as like a model registry, a place you store your models. Through an incredibly simple exploit, a hacker can get in there and do a local file inclusion or remote file inclusion, steal the model, or replace that model with code that every single time that model is run, it is executing that code. If you're a financial services institution, think about the risk here. Anytime money is moving around your company, likely a machine learning model is involved. But I say that model can be tampered with, that's a massive, massive risk right now. So as we talk about standards, compliance, regulation, I want to bring it back to the basics, which is the foundation of knowledge. It does not exist at 99% of organizations because they are blind to ML systems and the ML development lifecycle. It is different than the software development lifecycle. It is not just code. It's data that you brought up. It's infrastructure and compute and these training chips. It is ML pipelines and systems and libraries and open source. And we need to bring it back to a foundation of knowledge.
Did all that. And just for a minute, let's just forget about all this fancy AI stuff and just talk about software. Even before AI came, bursting into the scene, software accountability was already sufficiently difficult of a problem that the industry had no good answers to. If I grab a random compiled sort of Java program or other sort of server binary, and I just try to stare at that without the benefit of anything more, I don't know anything about what has gone into the supply chain driving that program. And as you said, these are just things running potentially thousands or millions of times a second at the leading companies that we even before AI, we for the most part just did not have manifests. We didn't have bills of materials. We didn't have comprehensive listings of everything that went into the software application. So AI is software, but then it's also data. It's the computational chips, the specialized hardware, as you said. So if we haven't figured out how to walk with just pure software manifests and software sort of supply chain accountability, what are we going to do as to AI, where the surface area and the number of relevant dimensions just explodes? So I think this is a key problem, for both government when we're thinking about deploying AI, but also the broader industry. If you all can give us ways to make this problem more tractable and to be able to assess the full AI supply chain, which includes software, but also a whole host of other components. If you can give us a way to assess and comprehensively detail these sort of supply chains at scale, then I think we'd be very grateful and also very interested in what you have. Going back to standards, I think there are two big types of standards to think about here. One is I'll call sort of the sort of technical interoperability style standards, and the other set comprises compliance-based standards. So what are these sort of technical or interoperability standards I'm talking about? Well, as an AI developer, what I love the most? I love being able to grab a model from the internet or from a partner or whoever's providing a model. I love being able to import it into my own software environment and technical stack. I love just being able to type 2 commands and have everything run perfectly. What I do not like is having to learn 10 different platforms. Even after learning those platforms, things still not working, and then me banging my head against the keyboard, figuring out how to make AI models developed and trained under one framework or ecosystem work in other ecosystems. So things like Onyx, a very early example of a sort of ML interoperability standard, and some of its successors are super important for being able to work with AI across different ecosystems, which is part and parcel with ensuring accountability. Because if you can only assess AI models on the ecosystem and software environment that they were created under, that's no good for accountability, right? Because anyone who wants to be in the accountability and audit game has to maintain all those separate software environments and ecosystems. So those are super crucial. And then compliance standards, we've already talked about, ranging from voluntary guidelines or commitments to some of the more stringent measures that might be imposed by jurisdictions like the EU. It's important when we think about those as regulators to make sure that these make sure to strike a balance between having these compliance standards and regimes be sufficiently rigorous to ensure that they're actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, and they don't just devolve into some sort of checklist that you just sort of mindlessly go down every time you deploy an AI model, but also to make sure that they protect innovation and competition, because we don't want to end up in a regime where these compliance standards favor one type of AI innovation or one style of training or deploying the model, or anything that no regulator is going out and intentionally trying to favor one type of AI over another, of course. But it can very easily happen where decisions made with the best of intentions can nevertheless tip the scales of AI innovation in favor of one direction, even if another direction might be have more untapped potential in the long run. So when you think about compliance-oriented standards and compliance regimes, we want to be careful within the government to make sure that these things have teeth, but they're also according sufficient flexibility and sufficient innovation space to unlock not only the innovations of today, but the innovations yet unknown and unseen of tomorrow, which none of us can tell the future and understand precisely what those innovations will entail. So therefore, we need to be nimble and flexible.
Yeah, great insights from both of you. And I think I want to pull one thing that each of you said together, and that's about the supply chain and adversarial attacks, right? So if you look at the software supply chain, go back 12, 18 months, we had the SolarWinds exploit, right? I don't think any company knew every piece of software that the exploit lived in. And so that was a huge problem. So to your point, we really, really need to understand the supply chain of not just software, but AI. And when you think about managing in the supply chain of AI, it's even more complex than it was for software. Software is static. It doesn't create new code on its own. It doesn't learn on its own. It doesn't change unless someone changes it. AI fundamentally changes on its own. That's the whole point of it, right? And the underlying data, you get model drift, you get data drift, you get all these things that contribute to it. In language models, we don't even understand how these operate, really, or in these generative AI or transformer models. But let's come back to the kind of compliance issue or the standards issue. So there's actually, within compliance standards, or think ISO standards, there's actually two types of standards. There's management system standards, and then there's technology standards. And we need to think about how we apply these in multiple ways. So as organizations, we do one of three things, or multiple of three things with AI. We either build AI ourselves, we either buy AI, or we sell AI. A lot of companies do all three, right? You guys do all three. And so how do we apply these standards to all three different modes? Is it the same? Is it different? So when I'm buying AI, do I apply these standards the same way as when I'm selling AI or building it internally? And how does this look like? And how do I apply it? And how do I apply it to different use cases, right? There are some use cases, and these standards need to be applied to a use case. There are some use cases where you want a full-fledged, what's called configured conformity assessment. So for instance, for automated employment, You need a conformity assessment, which is what you use to measure if you're complying with a global standard, that is already set up where you know what the different parameters should be for every aspect of those models or of those use cases, so that you know, am I now able to think I'm complying with the New York Automated Employment Act? Again, they're not going to tell you are, but this is already pre-configured. You see the same thing for lending. You see the same thing in healthcare. Generative AI adds a whole nother lens on that, where we now need to look at these same global standards, these same conformity assessments, and we need to figure out, all right, let's just say we're talking about something that there's already something that's configured, like employment or lending. Do we need to change the configuration? And then I think, so those are things that we need to talk about when we start expanding the aperture beyond traditional, old school, pre-2023 AI into new school AI. And so we need to kind of keep those in mind as well. And we also need to look more holistically at how we're bringing these technologies to market, what requirements we put on our software vendors. So most of us require some kind of SOC 2 compliance if we buy software. Is there something similar that we want to put in place for AI that we buy? I would argue yes. And I'm not even that biased anymore. But I think these are things that as a group of technology leaders and government officials that we need to start thinking about is how do we use standards to our benefit? And again, we're fortunate because the regulators are pointing at this. We're fortunate because most of the global standards bodies have declared harmonization, meaning that if you're approved or accredited or audited against one, it transfers over in some extent to the other. Amanda can talk to that much more eloquently than I can. So we've got global harmonization around the major standards bodies, which I think is really, really important and it'll help us. And then, we have security by design. We need to start thinking about tech ethics by design. This is a program we started when I was at IBM, which is where all of the development, just like they do security by design up front, we were doing ethical AI by design. We were doing ethical use of technology by design. It's all part of the same process that, sorry if there's any CISOs in the room, the security team owned because they were the ones that were already doing it.
That's a great segue to our next big question, and then we'll have some time for the questions that have rolled in. But about what businesses should keep in mind when operationalizing AI, we've talked about, we've talked about the importance of documentation, of data, of having good quality data going in, of having that responsible, ethical, or trustworthy lens by design throughout the process. What are some other considerations to keep in mind, specifically in this moment when we're looking at compliance?
Yeah, so I think this is the takeaways section. By the way, I appreciate that you said AI is dynamic. Right? Like it's constantly evolving, it's constantly changing. Therefore, a model card or documentation that you write day one is no longer valid on day 7, on that side. And security by design, I think what we need to get to is machine learning operations is a thing. All of your organizations have teams that are doing MLOps. We need to inject security within that.
But they also treat MLOps like it's DevOps, where it's static and it's not. So
and it's not. And we need to have MLSecOps. That is incredibly important that we inject security within the build process of machine learning. Now, you cannot govern, you cannot protect, you cannot regulate what you don't see and what you don't understand. And that is the biggest area of risk right now and blind spot across most organizations. So as we talk about standards and regulation, we are flying blind where we don't have the documentation. We don't have a dynamic machine learning bill of materials. That needs to be a thing within your organizations, and it will provide that single pane of glass across all systems, all models, to understand how they're built, the supply chain that is being used, and get to the point where you can start to answer questions as it goes further down around fair, bias, trusted, responsible AI. But you have to start with the basics. And the basics is going to be knowledge, and the basics is going to be a machine learning bill of materials. Diana, our CISO, is here. Dee from my company, co-founder, is here. Happy to chat more about this in the breakout that we're going to have, but I've appreciated this. Thanks, guys.
Great. I think on top of everything to do with supply chain accountability and just understand what's going on with your AI deployments, I think equally important is a deliberate manner of thought in how you choose, in what environment you choose to deploy your AI. You can have the most well-audited AI model that satisfies all of the requisite standards, passes all of the audits, but you can still deploy it in a way and in a context that results in absurd outcomes or bias or any host of ills because because there wasn't sufficient thought being given to what is the AI model supposed to do. AI does not exist in a vacuum. It exists in the context of business processes. We at the Patent Office, as well as across the federal government, think about AI not as a hammer in search of a nail, but rather as a tool that can be used to augment and sort of give our examiners and technical and legal experts sort of these superpowers to help them do their jobs better. And when we think about our mission, our AI mission in that context, what goes out the window? We categorically throw out the window ideas like replace all patent examiners or all trademark examiners with AI bots. That goes out the window, can't be done well, and our stakeholders would just not countenance such outcomes. What else do we throw out the window? We throw out the window use cases where there is no human in the loop with ultimate dispositional authority as to the final product that's being sent out the doors of the Patent Office or other government agencies. Everywhere we deploy AI, we make sure to have a human in the loop in some manner that can assess accuracy, assess that the processes were followed in the manner in which they were supposed to be followed, and ultimately to correct any errors. Because there's no such thing as an error-free AI. Even benchmarks that have been considered "quote unquote" solved by the AI community, like CFAR or ImageNet or this or that, they have very high accuracies, 90+% accuracies in some cases. Sometimes in the case of CFAR, like 99.9 something. But there's still that epsilon chance of errors and complications that might arise. So if you divorce humans from if you more broadly divorce the business context in which AI runs from your deployments of AI, or divorce the proper role of human experts in governing your AI and ultimately making sure AI is used properly in generating any final dispositions or business decisions, then you're just never going to be at the level you need to be in order to ensure that these things are working to deliver the value you expect in the way that broader society expects you to comport with our basic precepts of responsibility, fairness, and trustworthiness.
Yeah, so I think, building on top of what Jerry and Ian said, I think it really comes down to a couple things. So one is, anytime AI impacts the health, wealth, or livelihood of a human, there needs to be a human involved in the decision. If I'm getting a mortgage, if I'm having health care, if I'm getting employed, anything related to those, we should not be fully automating decisions. I just think that's a bad idea. There's regulations that are likely coming up that are going to prevent that anyway. We also need to figure out how we're going to measure those, and that's where global standards come in. But I think we also need to look closely at what it means to measure those. When we look at organizations and talking about MLOps and trustworthy AI and ethical AI, organizations often talk about explainability. Well, you really can't do that with generative AI. You can explain the outcome, maybe, but you can't explain what the model's doing. There's fairness and bias. Again, you really can't measure the fairness and bias very accurately in the model because it depends on the use case, so what does that mean? And then there's things that people often don't look at, which is, again, who's the accountable person for an organization? So this was something that I was very passionate about at IBM. I always said I was the one that was going to wear the orange jumpsuit, or I was the one that was going to have to sit down with the New York Times or the Financial Times or the Washington Post when something went wrong. Who is that one person in your organization for all AI? And who is that one person for each individual model that their name is associated with it should anything go wrong? And then what is the consumer impact of these models? Again, we got to start with the human. Who is the human being impacted by it? And have we considered that when we bring these models to market through software, through workflows, or however we're doing it? And so I think that...
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great kind of closing statement. I'd love to just thank the panelists and the conference for organizing this today. Would encourage you all to check out the panelists on the app and connect with them further in their work. But thank you so much. This was an excellent conversation.
Yeah. Thank you all. And Ian, thank you for sponsoring this. We appreciate Protect AI. Jerry, nice to meet you. And I think now we're going to a break, and we're a little bit behind time, but we're going to restart the break back at 10:50. And please continue to use the Slido, and please don't forget about the event to cool down, as Olivia said, this evening, as well as some of the other networking events. Thank you. Can you hear me? We going? All right. Welcome back, everyone. I want to do a couple of quick reminders. One is keep using Slido. The other is get your questions ready for the town hall that a good friend of mine, Courtney Abercrombie, and I are going to do later this afternoon. And then think about who you want to have drinks with later on the roof as we cool down. But now getting into the next session, now we're going to look at a conversation about how AI actually influence or can influence the market. And so to do that, we have Bradley Peterson from NASDAQ, and then we have Jeffrey, and I'm sorry, Jeffrey, I forgot your last name, Jeffrey Daston, who's going to interview them. Thank you.
Over here. I'll go one more. All right, there we go. There we go.
Okay. Well, thank you all for taking the time. So I'm Jeffrey Daston. I write about the technology industry for Reuters. Thrilled to be here with NASDAQ's Chief Technology and Chief Information Officer, Brad Peterson. Thank you for
thank you, Jeffrey,
taking the time. So I think it's pretty exciting, this moment in technology, particularly because of generative artificial intelligence, as we've all been discussing. And so I'd love to hear how you are approaching this for NASDAQ's business in particular. There are lots of tools out there. Is it the right thing to clamp them down because of all these concerns, or should you experiment with them?
Yeah, and I know there have been a few folks that have already kind of gone dark, so we're not going to go dark early. We can maybe go dark a little bit later. But there was an initial question about do we keep it wide open? There's so much opportunity for innovation. Do we keep all of our environment open to everyone to try these new tools? Or do we, you heard some of the schools and some of the companies that clamp down 100%. And we debated that very quickly and came up with the idea of permissioned access. So we thought it would be a missed opportunity if we just said no, and there's so much learning, so much change that we've heard. So we did that, though, in a unique way. We paired, and actually a colleague of mine is in the audience here, Nick Chubatario, on the tech side, emerging technologies, with our legal compliance and head of risk. So they're co-heading this group that vets all the requests, and we make sure we pair that with training and an attestation that the person who's going to engage on these external tools understands the implications and some of the things that the prior speakers have talked about, the IP. Where's your IP? Who is the tool that you're putting your IP into? And do you own the output? Do you have concerns about this entity? So we took that path, and that, I would say we didn't really understand the benefit we got out of it, but I think is essential. So I would advocate for this type of approach for the output you get, the learnings of who's interested. So who engaged, who comes forward, and now we have an inventory of the people that are interested in working innovatively and trying this new technology. And we're getting it across the entire company, not just the technology group. So I think that was not what we really had as an output, but is probably the biggest benefit is who's really engaged, who's thinking about this, and an inventory of where the benefits might be.
So tell us about those people who are engaged. Is it engineers using it for coding? Is it lawyers for document analysis?
Yeah, and I would say another thing, we also did a hackathon. So we have an anti-financial crime company that's out of St. John's, Newfoundland, and they actually did a hackathon. So that was primarily around how could you add that into the product. So this was an idea, a hackathon for using this generative AI in their product, and we'll talk a little bit more about kind of the opportunities on the business versus in the product. But what we did see is, as not unexpected, a lot of interest in this pair programming capability, and whether you call it Copilot or Code Whisperer or Codium, some of the popular new leading, I would say, choices. That seems to be the one that everyone is pretty excited about. And then we have the content, the general business content creators, where they're pretty excited, and marketing is one that clearly gets it. And also, to a lesser extent, but I think a big benefit is the legal team. So the legal team is a little more, I would say, cautious naturally, but there's interest, and they have asked for permissioning as well.
And what is the impact, if any, you've already seen from this experimentation? Have you put into production code originally suggested by one of these AI models? Has NASDAQ published a blog originally crafted by AI?
Well, so I would say on the actual pair programming piece, the answer there is no. So it's still early days on that piece. But let's back up. We've been using AI in our products for many years. So we've already done that, and we saw, for instance, a lot of our corporate services. We generate change of ownership reports, sentiment analysis for NASDAQ-listed companies. We were an early user of the BERT open source model. So this notion of a language model and helping it produce a product partially, having the human still in the loop to finish the product, but get a lot of the drudgery out. So we've been a believer in that for a number of years. And then we have also AI used in our markets. So it's not actually in the core code of the market, but it's actually deciding which options, puts and calls should be offered. So if you think about during COVID, the market was moving around a lot. Well, the underlying equities spawn a whole number of options of different prices and durations. So that is a massive undertaking. So we used AI to say, what is the best mix to offer? And of course, it's millions of options choices. So having a human do that manually it really is probably less effective and pretty much drudgery. So we've been doing it there. And we have something filed with the SEC for setting a new dynamic order type. So the markets change, and they change constantly, and you want to have your rules be able to adjust to what's really happening in the market. Is it really active? Is it really in the doldrums? Or is it just right? And so this AI takes all those factors and adjusts and then sets a timer for this special order type. So that's an example where we do have that filed. So we know it works, we know it's beneficial to the market, and we're waiting on SEC approval of that one.
So having taken this approach on AI, working even on generative AI since, as you mentioned, BERT for years, what, though, makes you concerned about the latest models, about AI pair programming? What would be the reason why you haven't put some of this stuff into production yet?
Well, so we started with, so who owns the output, and what happens with where you input it? So is it sufficiently protected from being used for training? So if this is our core IP, and we do build our own. We're the leading technology provider. So think of us as the Workday or ServiceNow for other exchanges. So we have a business that, in addition to running our own software in our own markets in the US, Canada, and the Nordics, we also are the leading supplier of technology. So that's our IP, and we write that, we own and write that, and that's really our secret sauce, if you will. So we want to ensure, and I think everyone wants to know, what happens if your employee, your engineer, your marketer, or your lawyer puts content into one of these tools on that answer bar? Where's that going, and is it protected? So that's the main thing, that we're making sure there's a secure enclave, and and there's some alternatives to say for your repository of code that it's sufficiently protected so that you can get the benefit out of the pair programming, but know that it's flushed or at least is secured forever there. So that's the main one. And then there's some of the more SaaS-oriented solutions that the output, we're in discussions, our legal team is in discussions with whose output is it, and you want to ensure that there's agreement on and you come to a conclusion that output is owned by the right party, and you're happy with that outcome.
Are these discussions primarily with Amazon because Amazon is your preferred cloud vendor?
No, they're actually with more than just Amazon. I think Amazon has an approach that, and it's kind of, they are if you think about it, they're for builders, and that's where a lot of companies feel comfortable using all the various services to build their products. I think they come at it with the orientation that this is your code. We understand how to cordon it off, and that's a solution that they're advocating. So that one's a pretty comfortable one. I think where you get into some of the other players, they're looking more of consumer-oriented and broader access. And just to contrast that with GitHub, if you think about Microsoft owns GitHub, a lot of code is there. They get a lot of benefit by being able to train off of that. So when it comes down to an enterprise solution, it may be their second priority, not their first priority, because they've still got that lead with everyone's code in the more open GitHub repository.
So I would say that a lot of companies.
Does that make sense?
Oh, totally. One thing that's interesting about this dynamic is that a lot of companies might have a preferred cloud vendor, as is the case for NASDAQ, but maybe they want to experiment with technologies in another vendor, for instance, Google's technology, for instance, OpenAI's that's exclusively available in the Microsoft cloud among the hyperscalers. Has this dynamic changed your view on multi-cloud, on whether it makes sense to really stick with AWS solely, or would you be open to moving some or more workloads to other cloud providers?
Yeah, so first, let me say that Amazon is our preferred cloud provider. However, we have, through acquisition, we have other products and SaaS-based products that are on both Microsoft and GCP. So we do have experience across Microsoft and GCP already. We also, as I mentioned, we sell our products around the world. So if a region chooses primary cloud provider that's different, we will go with the customer's choice. So we already have this view of where the customer preference is, Microsoft or Google, we would be open to deploying that way. So we already have a relationship, and we have a great relationship with both of those companies. So I would say what Microsoft did with OpenAI was pretty smart, and we are absolutely a big user of their of the whole Office suite and the corporate email. So I think and Teams, there is going to be a huge lift in the business that use for content creators, and we have an enterprise agreement with Microsoft for that. So I think that's going to be a benefit. We also have one of our SaaS products that is Azure-based, and we think that is a great place to learn what type of lift are they going to offer for the enterprise and the Copilot, pair programming type capability.
That makes sense.
Yep.
You mentioned acquisitions, and so I'd be remiss not to ask about NASDAQ's recent agreement announced last month to buy Adenza for $10.5 billion. How do you view, so obviously the deal hasn't closed yet, but looking into the future, how do you view that integration? Are there any challenges with that integration, with one example being whatever cloud providers, for instance, Adenza uses?
Yeah, and this is where when you're in quiet periods, there's a limited amount I can say, but what I can say, certainly the company is a combination of primarily two different software companies that provide risk management and different capital markets life cycle technology to different geographies and to different sizes. One of them actually is quite good with the larger financial institutions. The other one is quite good with the smaller. So we're interested in, of course, providing that technology to both big and small. So it has some long-term opportunity for us to deepen our relationship with our existing customers. So I think that's they are primarily, though, at the early stage of their cloud journey and mostly on-prem. So we look at that as we're very advanced in our cloud journey. So one of the things that we're planning to help them with is advancing that. And we think that they were owned by private equity. So if you're a financial institution evaluating whether or not you want to trust this company, having it owned by NASDAQ and a public company, we think that's going to open doors over the long run. But it's a long-run journey to get. Financial services companies globally have been slow. Financial services companies in the U.S. have been faster than their global counterparts, but still relative to the rest of e-commerce, they've been slow. So this one is something that we see as not tomorrow's, not immediately. We're not going to see a race to the cloud, but we think long-term that's where we end up.
That makes sense. And looking at a different, now closed acquisition, Verafin, which fights financial crime that NASDAQ owns. Tell us about the most cutting-edge AI tools, if you will, that NASDAQ and Verafin are using now to fight financial crime, and then conversely, what you're seeing on the horizon for what scammers or people trying to use AI, generative AI, to hurt people, take advantage of them financially. What are you seeing those bad actors doing?
Yeah, thanks. And Verafin is a company you probably haven't heard of. It's an amazing group of engineers that founded it up in St. John's, Newfoundland, which was in the news for that Titanic sub that had the problem. A couple of us were up there 2 weeks ago, caught the 2 best days in St. John's, and they joked the 2 only good days of the year, but it was spectacular. And they built this company really from the ground up and only offer a cloud SaaS solution for mainly, it started out as community banks, credit unions in Canada and the US. And they were able to ingest all the different bank transaction systems, there's about 70 plus, and normalize the data and make all these small banks who have almost no technology team look like a mega bank. And so they were early adopters. They only offered that, and they offered information sharing. So as a customer, as a bank, you can opt in and say, I'd like, and they were allowed to by regulations too. They were enabled. You cannot do this for marketing reasons, for collusion, but you can do it to fight crime. So it's a perfect example of how do you go out, check fraud. A lot of people doctor up the check, so use computer vision to see, that's not quite right. So there's going to be a race on the deep fakes, right? You can imagine that some of this imaging is going to allow the bad guys to try and get better at, and there's going to be a race at the computer vision side. But they've also been really good at reducing false positives, which is a big cost for banks to disposition these. And then wire fraud. And wire fraud, if you think about where the money's going, not the use case for where it's being sent, they've been able to create that network to say this is a green endpoint. So this one looks like they're a good person, and this one looks a little bit yellow, or this one may be beet red. And I see Shri is from PayPal out in the audience, and PayPal. I used to work at eBay and PayPal, and PayPal had some very advanced fraud models where they had the breadth and could see, when are these folks, good, and when are there folks that you want to clamp down and get out of your network. So I think AI fundamentally fits in there, but then you start to get excited about all the drudgery after you really find a real alert. Incredibly manual. So imagine the investigative report, and you have to generate a report. The reports start to feel the same. So we see there's a great opportunity for the investigative process, which is mainly a human manual process for a lot of folks.
But in other words, generative AI.
Yes, generative AI.
Creating the report about whatever incident took place.
Yeah, so if you start out with, you've got the AI that's working just in the not the investigative, the generation of the alerts. So that has always been there. Now you have the ability to do the workflow on the back end of it.
Well, I think we are out at time, so thank you so much for coming to Reuters Momentum.
Thanks, Jeffrey, and we didn't even have to get dark, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Jeffrey, Bradley, thank you very much for the time. Appreciate it. Very good insights. And I think, brought up a good point at the end that, what we think about as large language models, generative AI, actually does that by doing a really good job at classifying information. So even getting the information together to auto-generate those ports will be incredibly interesting. Next conversation is sponsored by PlanView, which is one of the platinum sponsors for the event. And as part of that, we're going to have Dr. Richard Soneblick, all right, and Jasmine come up and have a conversation about, what I think it's going to be about is the importance of change management in AI and being able to manage these technologies. That's often an overlooked part, so please.
Right. Hi, Rich. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's my pleasure, Jasmine. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to jump right in. You have been on the forefront of AI for decades, and I want to know why now. Why is it that all of this is coming together right now in the business world?
That's a great question. What's interesting to me is that neural networks were invented in the late 1940s. So it's not really an overnight sensation we're talking about. Now, obviously, as Jerry Ma and others talked about this morning, compute is a big issue. And the compute capabilities have caught up with the potential of neural nets. But I think it's more than that. When I think about culture, when I came out of Carnegie Mellon in 1995, I thought I was going to save the world with stochastic optimization and Monte Carlo simulation. And, I gained a few visionary proponents and partners, but within the larger organizations that those visionaries sat in, it was tough to get broader adoption in the late 90s, early aughts. Fast forward to today, when we all sit with our 401k advisors, we're looking at Monte Carlo simulations. And if you're not, maybe find a new advisor. And between Yelp, Google Maps, all of the other apps we use, there's a lot of data science going on under the covers. And thinking about just what we do with Alexa, we're used to talking and interacting, even on a simple basis. I think data is another piece of this. Obviously, the corpus of the World Wide Web, now 30 years in compilation, is something that didn't exist to train these models on. And so that's another piece of the puzzle. And then the final piece here, I guess I'll call human nature. The first chatbot was not 10 years ago or even 20 years ago. It was in the late 1960s, came out of MIT. It was called Eliza. Anyone remember Eliza? Oh, I'm dating myself. It was a therapist chatbot, and it was meant to disarm people and make people feel that computers were actually kind of stupid. But what happened was the opposite here. People sat down in front of these VT100 terminals. You can Google that later. And they would pour their hearts into this silly search and replace text algorithm. We're not here to talk about me. We're here to talk about you. What do you mean your friends are troubling you? Right? And so I think there was a seductiveness even then to the natural language interface. And now it's obvious to see why 50 years later, 55 years later, we have something 10 times more seductive in the large language models of today.
So it's really been the perfect storm over those times. All right, so I guess then what does this mean for business today?
I think it's an opportunity for all of us to up-level how we create products, how we care for our customers, how we do our marketing and our sales. Basically, every aspect of our business can be up-leveled. At the same time, there are challenges here. 87% of executives know that disruption is coming for their industry and their company. I'm not sure about the other 13% here. And yet, fewer than half of those executives feel that they're ready to meet that disruption head on. So the response that we're seeing, obviously, there has to be a response. is $7 trillion collectively worldwide invested in digital transformation. But 70% of those digital transformation initiatives don't meet their ROI or other objectives. So clearly we have work to do there. And I think the AI that is also disrupting can help us. The other component here is data, and this is the other aspect of the disruption. When we go on data science roadshows among our customers and prospects, we hear from CTOs, we're drowning in data. We don't know how to make use of it, but we know there's value there. And what we've seen from the year 2000 onwards is that the amount of data in the world is doubling every year or two. So there's an apt metaphor in drowning. The question as to whether that becomes kind of a swirl of chaos and doubt for our companies, or whether we develop the data agility and data fluency that will unlock it as a competitive advantage is kind of up to us. At PlanView, we have, across our dozen or so product development, strategic portfolio management, and planning solutions, millions of users across many thousands of customers, some of whom have been using our tools for 1, even 2 decades. So that has created this corpus of data that is a potential knowledge base for data science to use to create insights. As part of my mission at PlanView as chief data scientist, I really feel that we need to ensure that every new customer, even every existing customer, is leveraging the expertise of all of those users, all of those customers, and the data we've harnessed from day one of their experience with our solutions.
And so you're kind of saying that AI can serve as an early warning system for company initiatives. So how exactly does that work?
So an early warning system here is a pretty essential thing. When we think about for all of you in this room, tens of thousands, maybe even more people within your companies across dozens, hundreds, or more teams, every project starts out just fine. But along the way, some projects lose their way, lose traction, get blocked. And the question for you and the rest of your immediate staff is always, where do I apply my precious attention today to make the biggest impact? So it's really a haystack problem. And so we're trying to understand where is the needle that will cause pain within the organization, or maybe better said, a field of haystacks with randomly distributed needles, so that we can apply the right attention in the right measure. So this is the challenge of the early warning system, because status fields have failed us, right? User-generated status fields of red, amber, green. We know they stay green long after they should be blinking red with sirens, because it's human nature. Nobody wants to be the messenger of bad news. So now we come to sentiment, which is really the beginning of that early warning system. Across all of those initiatives that are being run, maintained, we have Kanban cards, we have waterfall-based project initiatives. And on those Kanban cards, there are comment threads. In our waterfall-based initiatives, we have project status, narratives, and descriptions. And all of these pieces of text can be sentimentized. So we can get an emotional tone score of positive, negative, or neutral. And right away, that's the beginning of our early warning system to say, hey, over here, we have a series of activities that are trending or that are negative. Let's surface that right away. Then we can add trend. And then we can think about, over time, which of these activities are trending from positive to neutral, but not yet negative. So now it's like an early warning system. We can take it one more step and think about that early warning system in the context of how quickly those comments are coming in to a given comment thread. And by the way, if they're all neutral, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's nothing there. 20 comments on a thread that are all neutral in a single day might actually be an early warning sign itself. So then we can move beyond sentiment, and we can think about what else do we have in terms of signals in this vast system of initiatives that are being run. We have how many times are projects being rebaselined? How many times are resources being shuffled? How many times is the work breakdown structure being audited or changed? And how many times is the project charter being changed, right? These are all potential early warning signals. Now, we can take all of these potential signals and look at historically, are they correlated with outcomes? Are they correlated with on time, on budget, meeting objectives, or not so much? And that's going to help us understand predictively which of these early warning signals we should really be surfacing to the users and which might just be noise. So this is all traditional AI, and I feel like there's been not a bias, but a weighting and an over-indexing on generative AI this morning. And I think I feel passionate about the fact that there's a huge opportunity for traditional, if you want to call it that, methods of machine learning to still provide a lot more promise and a lot more disruptive potential in the marketplace today.
Okay, I mean, everything that you're saying is so relatable. So let's say that we found that needle in the haystack that demands attention. How do we action this? You know, what does it mean for company strategy and the work that teams are focused on delivering?
Right, right. So now we're talking about linking strategy to execution. And when I think about that, I think about objectives and key results. So it's critical that there is a clear line of sight from your executive team's broadcast strategic objectives to the key results that can show measurable progress towards those objectives, and then finally to the teams who are unlocking that measurable progress. So that sounds great in theory, but the challenge is when we see organizations first start with OKRs, the objectives sound a little bit more like mission statements and platitudes. And the key results, maybe they're not unambiguous enough, sorry for the double negative, or they're hard to measure. And so this is where it's great to have an agile coach, someone who has experience building OKRs, but they can't be everywhere, right? We know in most of our organizations they're precious resources. So this is where a chatbot can come in. Now we're back to generative, right? So a chatbot here trained up on a little bit of theory around OKRs, and then even more, dozen or several dozen best practice, battle-tested objectives and key results that have worked for this specific domain or for this specific company. Now that chatbot can not only say whether the objectives and key results you're proposing are good or bad, but can also say, here's how I would modify them a little bit. Here's how I'd improve them. And so this can be the first step in getting assistance. It doesn't obviate or eliminate the agile coach, but it's someone who's there constantly as an editor, a foil, kind of a partner, a co-pilot, right? That's the word we hear all the time, in making OKRs the best they can be. So then you move beyond getting the project or getting the strategic foundation linked to execution to operationalizing that OKR and set of initiatives. And there's a challenge here too, because it might be easy to say, hey, my objectives are falling behind. It's a little trickier to say, what are the key results that are linked to that? And even more tricky to kind of go and do the forensics and figure out what's blocking that key result from moving forward. And then beyond that, just thinking about, we'll leave that. So I think this is another place where chatbots can really add value. We have the ability to train up a chatbot on, again, how OKRs get operationalized, and then, oh yes, that's right, how the software tool can be used forensically to figure out and unblock, right? And what I'd like to do now is show you kind of, in the spirit of the art of the possible, a very stripped down version of one of our chatbots. So we've taken our UI away. It's going to look a lot like Slack, but it's an actual chatbot that we've trained up on OKRs. I'd love to share it with you now in a quick video.
Okay.
All right, so it begins with a question. What's going on with my objective? And the PlanView Copilot immediately sees that this key result is behind because this card is delayed. And so the user's asking, oh, is technical debt the problem? Do we have too much? It's a good thing to work on technical debt. No, it's not too much, but we have just too much work. Okay, so the user says, should we delay something? And the chatbot says, here's one, it's unburdened, unblocked, but key resources are used, the loyalty program. Now we're actually asking the chatbot to delay it. Now that that's done, can you just put a bow on this, please? And send an email to one of my colleagues explaining everything we've just done. All right, so
wow.
This is something that 6 months ago we didn't know we were going here, in all honesty. But the potential is there now, and we're excited about bringing this to our customers for several reasons. The first is chain of thought reasoning, like you see here. When you've trained up your chatbot, it's amazingly cogent and productive and really does take the place of an assistant or a PMP coach. Second, you don't need to know anything about how to modify within the UI that particular card and how to change the milestone date. You can do that through the plain text interface. Third, the conversational idiom you see here is so much more effective than just question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. The chatbot can lead you in a certain direction. You can lead the chatbot in a certain direction. If at one juncture here you wanted to learn more about the loyalty program, you could have gone down a discursive kind of tangent to figure that out, see if that's the right card to be moved. And then next, I think it's critical to see the value in these plugins and the ability to have the chatbot interact with our software downstream so that you no longer need to remember all of those menus in the UI. And then my final insight here, and this is as much a prediction as an insight, is this kind of interface and the capability you just saw, this could be done on your phone as well. So it really makes your phones a first-class user interface into your enterprise software, which is something that, especially if you're over 40, you squint at like the little interface on your phone, it doesn't work. But a natural language interface like this is really a game changer.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I remember the first time I watched that. It's amazing. So we've got one final question. If you have any questions, put them through Slido, and we've probably got an opportunity to answer one or two. But Rich, based on what you shared with us today, how do you see businesses evolving in the next 5 years?
5 years seems like an awfully long time right now. 3 years ago, as we heard this morning, 3 years ago, it wouldn't pass the Apple test, the generative AI bots, right? And now we have a bot 3 years later passing the bar. So how do we extrapolate another 3 years or 5 years into the future from there? I honestly can't do it. I think there's tremendous potential here, disruptive, but also generative. And I think that when you look at something like coding assistants and GitHub Copilot and the ability to augment our developers with real-time suggestions and additional code, that they talk about that, and people on our teams at PlanView talk about it being 20 to 40% an improvement in productivity. That doesn't mean that we're removing 40% of our developers anytime soon. I think what it means is that we're writing 40% more code, and we're writing better code. When you think about the jobs and roles that exist in society today, 80 years ago, so my math is right, going back to 1940 or so, 40% of them didn't exist. So I think we're going to see that as well, but that's the way it's always been. And even with all the technology innovations that we've had, like over the last 30 years, how are we at this moment today with one of the lowest unemployment numbers in the last 25 years, right? I don't think that these technologies, as disruptive as they are going to make all of us obsolete anytime soon.
One question from the audience. Let me go with the second one there. How do you envision classic AI and Gen AI coexisting?
Yeah, that's a great question. We've done a lot of thought and prototyping around that at PlanView. I think that one of the challenges with classic ML AI is that you have these 6-dimensional visualizations, and we heard the phrase or the Greek letter epsilon this morning. I'm sure all of you were like, okay. And that makes it impenetrable. But if you have the generative AI as an interface and an interpreter, now you have the ability to explain and then to answer questions about the traditional machine learning results in the context of this natural language interface. So there is a really nice symbiosis there.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have time for, but Rich will be around today, so have a chat. And thank you so much to PlanView for sponsoring.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Jasmine. That was a great example of PlanView using that generative AI to put something in an existing workflow, which is often what a big challenge is with adoption. So in that workflow underneath that, Richard didn't say it, but it looked like there was decision optimization, some simulation, some traditional AI, and generative AI all put in something that a mere human, unlike Richard, who's not a mere human, could understand. And so now we're going to bring up Athena from Pepsi. Hi. We've run into each other on the conference circuit a couple times. And they're going to talk about the great work that Pepsi is doing around implementing a responsible AI program. And this is not just something that her and her organization have been passionate about for a year or two. I've been seeing her talking about this for 4 or 5 years. And so really, really excited to look at this and hear the conversation. Thank you.
This is perfect. Yeah. Wow, lights are bright. Well, I guess good morning for about half an hour for all of you. We're going to switch gears a little bit. I'm Oksana Malasheva from Sputnik ATX, talking to Dr. Athena Kaniora about, of all things, AI and food industry. So if you look at this, like a lot of us may think, okay, AI and financial services, AI and legal. Not many would name food industry in the top 3 industries where AI will make a massive difference. Yet Athena had been at the forefront of that for quite a while. So I'm kind of curious. Make that connection for us, please.
Yeah. Well, firstly, thank you for the invitation. It's a great event, and happy to talk to you, Oksana. As many of you know, or some of you are friends of mine, my career has been very diverse, starting from academia, then consulting, and of course now in PepsiCo. And that is important for me, that pivot, because when I did decide to come to PepsiCo, I decided to choose the industry which has the biggest wealth of data, but also the most challenging environment to work under, especially when it comes to new technologies. And as such, in PepsiCo, in the past, I would say 4 years, we have embarked in a big transformation journey. And as such, we have put insights, intelligence, AI, data, and transformation at the heart of the strategy of the organization. Now, what do I mean by that? If you were to think of the value chain of an industry like ours, which is a food and beverages industry, we do everything from source. I mean, we are one of the biggest agro players, if you don't know. I mean, we farm potatoes. We have huge farmers, operations everywhere in the world. We operate in 85 markets, and we have everything from sodas to chips to Quakers, of course, cereals, to Gatorade energy drinks and sports drinks and hydration, to devices about wellness, fitness, and sports. So in such a company that's so diverse but so complex from a value chain and end-to-end integrated operations, embedding AI and technology in everything that we do is a necessity. And a necessity in various ways, a necessity for us to be much faster when it comes to taking decisions, much stronger when it comes to capabilities for our people, our employees, our consumers, our customers across the board, because you operate in an omnichannel environment, and much better also from a sustainability and positive impact to the planet, because we also put AI at the heart of our sustainability agenda. So that's why for me it's a company like PepsiCo, which is at the heart of the food ecosystem, and food systems, how important it is for the future of society and for the planet, needs to embrace technology such as AI.
Amazing. I want to dig deeper in terms of how you guys use AI, because you think about this every day. So for you, it's natural. For people that don't, what are the couple of examples of AI application within the company that would surprise your average consumer?
Yeah, so, and I'll start with probably the non-obvious one. We use AI for R&D purposes. So if you were to think of reformulation of our products and reformulation of a product, think of Doritos. That's one product that we have, very beloved product. We have multiple flavors. Multiple flavors when it comes to Doritos. So the flaming hot Doritos, which I'm pretty sure your kids love, or you love as well, the first iteration of the product itself, i.e. the new ingredients, came through AI formulation.
Wow.
So we put multiple, actually millions and millions of attributes in the PLM model that we have developed. We use that to do different types of optimization, starting from the consumer adoption and consumer sentiment. Of course, all the product safety controls, QC, QA that we have to do from a process perspective, down to the deep product requirements, i.e. fat sodium levels, and what does it mean from a sustainability agenda. And this is how we came with Flaming Hot. Flaming Hot and Perfect Cheetos. We also have another example. So R&D is one of those spaces that our scientists are using AI extensively. And I have to say, just to make the clarification, traditional AI, right? I will talk about Gen AI later on. The other area that for us is super critical and AI is embedded into our processes is integrated business planning. So for a company like that, having visibility on what is going to be the consumer demand 2 years down the curve, then planning backwards on what does it mean from commercial planning, financial planning, supply planning, fulfillment, customer planning, how that links with the Walmart strategy, with the Kroger strategy, with the Carrefour strategy. And then linking that with our sourcing and manufacturing is super important because we don't want downtime. We want true efficiency in our manufacturing facilities. We don't want stockouts. We want inventory optimization. So this end-to-end real-time visibility and demand forecasting, linking that back to supply, is a key critical success factor. And we have embedded AI end-to-end into both the process component and, of course, the pure forecasting and predictive component and prescriptive, of course, as we are implementing those capabilities. So these are just two examples, but in reality, we have AI workflows that are interconnected. We have both a data and AI lifecycle management framework that connects all the value chain from consumer, commercial, supply chain and operations, planning, manufacturing, and employee experience end-to-end for the organization.
Amazing. And to respond to that massive use of AI and technology, have you noticed, have you implemented changes in how you train your staff, upskill the staff that you immediately work with? How did it change the requirements for the people behind the wheel at PepsiCo?
Yeah, so we have, I would call probably two groups of people in the company. The practitioners of the technology, so the ones that are building the technology and are the super users of the technology, and more kind of the common users that they use technology for the purpose of a use case, right? When it comes to the more technical aspect of the people, what we did is we upskilled the teams that we have had already in various types of technology, but also we hired extensively from the outside. So currently, if you look at our technical teams, digital, AI, more emerging technology teams, they're 50-50. 50 people from PepsiCo that we upskilled and 50 that we brought from various technology backgrounds to be able to have immersive talent. For the rest of the PepsiCo community, and we are talking about 350,000 people roughly, so you can understand the size of the organization, we have implemented 2 years ago the Digital Academy. As part of the Digital Academy, we have 3 types of learning experiences, gold, silver, bronze, aligned with certification and educational programs with universities or internal, where everyone, in a mandatory basis, needs to be upskilled in all aspects of digital technology, spanning from cloud to data and analytics to AI, even things like venturing and startup and how do you incubate that type of technology. And that has truly pivoted, not so much the build of the technologies, but the adoption of the technologies. So we've seen much shorter cycles in change management, much higher level of adoptions and NPS scores when we roll out those capabilities. Much more commonality and standardization when it comes to building AI infrastructure and digital infrastructure that enables the use cases, because now the markets want to embrace in a much more common way those capabilities. Why? Because people now understand the benefits.
Mm-hmm. Very fun. Well, that's fascinating. You don't think about this. You look at PepsiCo, like products, like, iconic brands, but 85 markets, and did you say 350,000 people?
Yeah, 350,000 employees,
wow.
Yes, across the globe, yes.
One of the things that I think maybe certainly delighted me, like probably did not surprise you, the very active stance PepsiCo had took in positioning and regulating AI, so that as we evolve the usage of that technology, we're doing this responsibly, and there are rules by which good corporate citizens would operate. I think you're the only food and beverage company on the Congress Commission. Tell us more about that effort.
So, well, a couple of things. We've always had a responsible business framework. That is non-debatable. Every company has a responsible business framework. But what we did is, under this framework, we built a responsible AI framework, which tackles a couple of things. One is data transparency, data bias, and within that, the data lifecycle framework, ethical AI framework and risk management mitigation bias, and also a framework on AI ops and data ops. Now, to be able to do that, what we've said, okay, it's fine that we set up something for us and internally within the organization, but we feel, and I strongly believe, we have a responsibility to represent not just the F&B industry, but the broader industry players in any discussion with government officials. So we are the only one who submitted comments on the RFP that NIST had, representing the industry when it comes to the risk framework that you heard before. So a lot of the things in the NIST framework when it comes to the industry and not to the tech companies comes from PepsiCo. That's our framework that we have. We collaborate very closely with the AI committee and the AI bill that, maybe it will come, maybe not in the US, but at least it gives you the guidelines. We have been collaborating with the EU on the EU AI Act, and we are actively advising governments where we are operating on the responsible use of AI and technology. Why? Because we believe that it is the responsibility of the governments to provide guidelines. And as such, for companies like us that are MNCs, that are operating in so complex environments in multiple countries where we have to have different standards, some type of standardization is an imperative.
Yeah, you probably need to have AI to keep track of all those standards.
That's true. We have a good knowledge management system that we are using generative AI to build.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. And I think it's interesting because you obviously come from, you bridge many cultures and geographies and professional, educational background. I don't know how many of you people know that I'm actually talking to Dr. Athena, and she had, she's a PhD economics or econometrics, something like that. So it's actually really interesting to for someone with that deep of a quantitative background to tackle these technologies that could be very tricky to understand, not on the surface.
I'll just have to say, for us, PepsiCo, and I think that's why it's important that my peers also understand how we operate, because we want other companies to operate like that. We put intelligence at the heart of our strategy. That's why I'm not just responsible for technology and digital. I'm responsible for the strategy and the transformation agenda for this organization. And we truly believe the future of any big multinational, if we don't want to become extinct and irrelevant for the consumers, needs to be very close to the consumers, understanding and sensing what the environment wants, being very agile on how we develop those capabilities, and therefore technologies such as AI are critical for the success of the organization and the next growth curve of the company.
Yeah. Well, I have to follow up. This was the question that I'm a venture capitalist. So one of the questions a lot of my companies get, if I give you a magic wand and send you into the future, what do you see? And I think it's really interesting because Athena's job in many ways is in the future, because you have to see where PepsiCo will be, not just in the next earnings season, but also in an earnings season 10 years from now.
So you'll see how we do in earnings.
But I give you a magic wand and a time machine, and you travel in the future, some years in the future, let's not specify how many, so that you get the freedom to maneuver. What would you see, how would you see PepsiCo transform because of the work you're doing right now?
Yeah, you know, our vision as a company, and that's why I'm going to link it with that, is to be at the heart of the food system of the world, period, right? And as such, and I try to link it with a question, things like regenerative agriculture is key. Where we are trying, with the power of technology, to think how we can inform both our farmers and the broader ecosystem of farmers and associates we have on how to use responsible practices when it comes to yields, when it comes to farming, when it comes to identifying, you know, future land and opportunities for crops. This is not just good for PepsiCo, this is good for the planet. So a world where everyone is thinking about planet first, people first, humans, I think the humans were called out many, many times, consumers, and then investors and shareholders, is going to be a company that will survive for the years to come. We have more and more consumers, especially the next generation, that is super, super responsible and wants companies to take this type of considerations, especially the planet considerations, at the heart of the decision process. So one is practices like regenerative agriculture needs to be at the heart of PepsiCo. Now, also for us, the future of AI brings amazing opportunities in terms of partnerships, just to elaborate. We believe in a marketplace concept. We don't believe that the industry should be led by monopolies. And I'm talking from a company that has amazing market shares across the globe, right? So you'd say, you are crazy. What are you talking about? Growth can come only if the category grows, not if one player grows. So to grow categories, you have to grow everyone. And as such, technologies provide opportunities for collaboration, i.e., think areas like last mile delivery. Think areas like fulfillment and different service, especially on the digital space and AI space, different service components that now can facilitate not just PepsiCo, but the PepsiCo, the Mars, the Unilevers, the P&Gs, et cetera, et cetera. Different type of consumer activations that you can do in a partnership, as with the retailers, with the smaller players, tier 2, and the distributors. So we believe in an interconnected ecosystem. So for us, the future comes with partnerships. Partnerships with our strategic suppliers, partnership with the other CPG companies, partnership with the retailers, and ultimately our vision is partnership with the consumers. So the consumers can be an active player in the design of the strategy of the company, and therefore impact the direction that we are going from a category perspective.
Fascinating, really interesting. I am like, this is so fun, and I'm losing track of time, as always, talking to someone as interesting as Athena. Let's get to questions, and for the sake of the audience, I'm going to center us on the questions that are AI specific, and if you have questions about PepsiCo or other aspects, maybe find Athena at the coffee break. I love the first one because people, and you touched on this a little bit, but I think a lot of people, as they think about how to organize, is it a centralized AI team, or are you integrating within the business unit, combination of both? How do you think about that?
No, it's simple. It's a centralized team. It's when it comes to data, digital AI, we have centralized the capabilities for one simple reason: to bring speed. I want fast implementation across the globe in a way that every market can benefit, every function can benefit. We are not going deep in function. I don't believe in functional silos. I believe in process transformation. And as such, if we were to embed it in every function, i.e. marketing, commercial, supply chain, then you stop any type of collaboration between the functions. They create their own little towers. We don't believe in that. Everything is like aligned to big problems. We call it big changes to big things. Planning, commercial excellence, consumer activation, cross-function, by nature, centralized by design. And that has helped, one is optimize the efficiency of the resources, making sure that the standards of the employees, in terms of the things that they are working, are aligned with their expectations. So therefore, our attrition on this talent is super, super low. It's less than 5%. And at the same time, it gives ability for the broader organization to think differently. So through the centralization, we drive a bit more process change as well.
Yeah. Amazing.
I think there was one more question.
There was one more question, like I think maybe addressing for people, how long did it take you to get here? Maybe the question is, how did you start at AI? Maybe is a better way for those who have not yet implemented AI in their organization.
Yeah, look, I will not pretend that there was nothing happening in the organization before I joined, right? I mean, I'm not that often egocentric. But what we did when I came, we pivoted to more like deep functional capabilities to much more cross-enterprise, cross-functional, industrialized design of AI and AI and digital across the company. Why? Because we want to impact the company across the full value chain. As such, my advice to anyone, and I know there are several industry players in the company, is that I don't believe, and I think it was mentioned before, that, and I come from technology, so I'm very responsible when I say that, right? That every solution is fit for every problem. I mean, we talked about Gen AI before. For a CPG company, maybe, best case scenario, it can solve for 20% of our problems. Maybe. And out of the 20%, 95% will be around efficiency and effectiveness. And maybe 5 can be more on the creative issues. The rest, as we are at least operate now, and we will be operating in the next 5 years, is more on the traditional AI space. So having, I would say, the know-how on how you design these end-to-end capabilities in a way that doesn't overburden the organization with cost, with complexity, unnecessary complexity, with confusion, right? And providing clarity on what is fit for purpose for the problem that you want to solve and align your technology roadmap accordingly is a key success factor. The last thing I want for my teams and for my CEO is to discuss on the board, let's write me another check for $50 million because our teams want to experiment with Gen AI. I'm not planning to do that. And this is a very expensive technology. So we are fine if we are, as a CPG company, and financial services is experimenting. So let's say that we first solve for copyright, first solve for IP, first solve for patents, blah, blah, blah. And we use generative AI in areas like content management and knowledge management, which is in our own 4 walls. Everything else, already we have the processes in place.
Amazing. I'm glancing at the clock. We overran it a little bit, but it was such a great conversation. Thank you, Athena, so much for your insight. And looking forward to hearing more about this.
Yeah, thank you for a great conversation. Great to see you as always. Thank you. Great questions. Always insightful to hear from Athena. And so next we're going to have a conversation about should you be a fast follower or a first mover. And for that conversation, we're going to have Elaine Zhao from the former Chief Technology Officer at Change.org, Colonel Matthew Benini, I think I pronounced that right, the Chief Data Officer for Army Futures, Christian Mehta, CIO from Wells Fargo. Good to see you, Christian. And this is going to be moderated by Taylor Barkley, the Director of Technology Innovation from Utah State University. Look forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. Privileged to be leading this discussion with a very distinguished panel, Chintan, Matt, and Elaine, with coming from a diverse set of organizations and backgrounds. And we're going to be focusing the discussion on strategy was the key word here. And first mover, fast follower, we all know we're in a rapidly changing landscape when it comes to artificial intelligence, applications for this set of software and these tools. So my first question to the panel is, for each of you, maybe we'll start with you, Chintan, and just go down the line.
Sure.
How do you think about strategic deployment of AI in your company and your organization?
Yeah, I would say I think you have to start with strategy in general, not strategy for AI. Like if you, and I think Athena was just saying that before that as well. It's like you can't go like, I got AI, where do I park it? You have to start with a sort of what value propositions are you trying to solve for? What are you trying to build? And then map it down to what is the best approach to solving it. And in many cases, it is AI, right? And so that is how we think about it. It has to go through that hierarchy of why you're doing it, and then how follows.
Not just using it to use it.
Yes, and there are a lot of examples of that, by the way. By no stretch, anybody is perfect on that front, but like the intent is to get indexed on value propositions.
That's great. Matt, how do you think about this question?
We think of this similarly. Just to give you some context, Army Futures Command's mission is to transform the Army for future war-winning readiness. So that's looking at 2030, 2040, and it's a bit broader than technology. So we're developing the concepts we think that are going to be important on the battlefield at that point. What's the force design look like, as well as technologies and the associated requirements. So our strategy has 4 pillars. The first, you'd expect, how do we transform our combat platforms to incorporate AI in meaningful ways? So things like human-machine integration. Our commanding general says we got to unman our unmanned systems. It takes like 130 people to keep a Predator drone in the air for 24 hours at this point. So how can we flip that ratio to where a smaller number of soldiers can be integrating robots and unmanned aerial vehicles in a meaningful way into their formations? How can we de-risk the things humans are doing with robots? That kind of a portfolio. We're also looking at AI-enabled logistics, talent management, soldier performance, et cetera. Our second 2 pillars, to do those things in responsible and effective ways, we have an ethics pillar, as well as a workforce development pillar. And I'll end up talking about workforce development, I think, quite a bit through the course of the panel. And then finally, partnerships with industry and academia. So one thing that's unique to the military and public sector is many of the things that we employ are not built internally. So we're trying to rebalance how much internal talent do we need to more effectively leverage industry as partners.
Thank you, Matt. Elaine?
So there's quite a switch, and I used to work for Change.org, which is the world's largest petition platform. So we look at it, one of the key things happened the last few years, how to transform a social impact for companies or organization into a technology-first organization that's doing good, right? So most of my focus on the digital transformation space. And specific UI, I look at AI standpoint, I look at it as the AI strategy first and foremost is the data strategy. An organization like Change.org, we have a large amount of data. As you can imagine, we have over 600 million users on the globe. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we can do whatever we wanted to do, because as a digital petition platform, while we have a large amount of data, we relatively have very shallow data because we're not a social network, so we don't have a lot of data about a particular person in general. So how can we operate it in a global scale, be able to find the petitions, find the right match and audience for the petition starters is ultimately it go back to the data itself. So I look at the data as the first things to look at is security, the ownership, data's rights. Can we use the data? Security and privacy. The second stage is inclusiveness and diversity of the data, right? Especially for the space we're organized on. Naturally, we have a lot more users in the Western democratic countries. But a lot of the issues which target are serving the global South, which we don't have a lot of data. How do we balance this? So that means we have to disproportionately look for data in those areas to feed into our training model to make it equitable and responsible. And the last phase is when we really cannot identify and find enough data to address the underserved or marginalized community and smaller user base, what do? We need to think about synthetic data. And that is actually, I think, is a much tricky area to step into, and we're definitely not in that at this very early stage in that space. By the time I left Trench recently, it's very tricky. How do you create synthetic data for training purpose? But I do think that is potentially an opportunity for a lot of organizations to tap into that, to create enough volume, the data, to create a more equitable and more responsible AI solution.
So how do you, I just love the different perspectives here and different roles that your day-to-days bring to the table here. Serving customers and financial institutions, battlefields.
Yep.
Elaine working with nonprofits and global community. There's a lot of inbound information on artificial intelligence, on AI. There's lots of tools being marketed. There's so many ideas. Can each of you share how you sort through the sheer tidal wave of opportunities and sift and choose which to maybe purchase or take up, which ideas to latch onto, which to reject? Can you give us some insight into maybe your own mental processes and how your organization thinks through this, the amount of information on this?
So I can start here. Is for us to start is relatively straightforward. It's recommendation. I said, because my main focus in the last few years is to change for the organization to a technology organization. So recommendation has become one of the easiest first step. I mean, you think about all of us use online. 70% of our usage online, it's all powered by some form of recommendation. Search, for example, it's a form of recommendation. So for us, that's the first thing to go through, right? That means when we call starter, these people come in to create petitions. What their number one need is identify the audience, right, for the campaigns. That's what we can do. So the first step is identify recommendations, help these starters identify audience. The next step is flip it, is to help them to write most powerful campaigns. Again, all these another recommendation help them to write in the languages or the language they don't even speak to be able to reach out more audience. So those are kind of first step.
Like Chintan said, I look at value propositions. So kind of where we've seen projects stall is when the government has AI and goes looking for a way to do something useful with it, as opposed to when we can find a tractable problem, it has a clear business value, and the stakeholders within that organization. So in the military, our operational leaders are the true drivers of change in the military. And my time in the special operations community, what we found was that when they start to realize deliberate employment of technologists and these new technologies really makes a mission impact, and we can cycle directly with the warfighter, they suddenly become very intentional with the way they employ folks like us.
And Matt, what does that look like in practice? If you can just dive into that a little bit. Is that sending people to where the conflict is happening, or can you talk about that?
There's a variety of ways. And when I was in the special operations world, I would deploy data science teams to Syria, to a number of different Afghanistan, a number of different places. And what we found was that, let's say the intelligence discipline is every bit as complex as the discipline of data science. And until we allowed them to iterate together, it was hard to get useful outcomes.
Yep.
Where we've started to do this at larger scale, and I'm very excited about at the Army level now, our acquisition community is implementing an agile delivery policy where we're much more directly tethered to end users. Requirements can evolve over time. The Army G6 is now doing this with our data plan. We're tethering to operational units in the Pacific and in Europe and constructing data pipelines in a way that is hopefully generalizes and repeats and scales.
Chintan?
Yeah, I would say the way, at least in my head, the way we frame it is you are going to deal with ecosystems, right? There's not going to be a single tool which you can say in any context, right? So like, let's say training acceleration. So like deep speed is not going to win the game on chips. NVIDIA is not necessarily the only game in town, AMD with ROCm and things like that. So I think it's important that we don't over-index on one tool that exists at any point of time. You have to think of ecosystems, and it is going to be a combination of things that you build yourself, because there is IP, and IP could be anchored into data, which is going to be the first covenant, which is you don't want your data to leave your perimeter, so you have to build certain assets on top of it. So that is one layer to it. The second one is going to be things that are already quite mature. They're already quite accelerated out there in terms of the collective commons that are building it. So you use that. And so the prioritization is going to be a function of, again, starting from the why, like why are you doing what you're doing, and then applying few constraints. Cost, economics may be one of them. Time to value could be the other one of them, right? Which is sometimes you do things to get out there fast, and then you pivot later and then replace it with something different. So I think looking at it not necessarily as a single solution, a point solution, I think is going to be very important, especially with so much media frenzy around AI. There's a literal Cambrian explosion around the companies which are starting up. They're all trying to solve multiple problems, overlapping problems. And for people who are trying to deploy these things, it's really important that you think of it as a collective ecosystem. So,
Chintan, could you provide us some examples from Wells Fargo on
tools
that have been deployed? Or?
Yeah, so we were just talking about that a few minutes ago. So we deployed a virtual assistant within the mobile app if you're a Wells Fargo customer called Fargo. It's one of the first production use cases of something called retrieval augmented generative AI. You will hear this term quite often. So basically, generative AI great at structuring prose, giving you responses, but then the facts have to be populated from other sources, which is the retrieval augmentation component to it. And we are learning a lot, right? This has been launched to like roughly about 30 million customers a day who use it. And we're gaining a lot of insight around the sort of interactions customer want to have with it, what is the comfort zone around sort of how to interact with it. They want to use voice, don't want to use voice, they want to chat, they want to use the normal app. So there's a lot.
I can talk to it or I can type.
You can talk to it, you can type, and it's agentic, if you've heard the term before, what I mean by that is it's not just going to give you information, you can actually ask it to do things. So you can say transfer money, right? And it will transfer money, move money from Chintan to Tyler, and it will do it. It'll give you those.
I love that.
cues.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I didn't say how much.
Oh, that's true.
But the point being that the experiential components, the last mile of a lot of these capabilities are still being built out, right? ChatGPT is one example of it. Chat interface, instruct models, that is one example of it, but there's a lot more work to be done on how to actually bring these experiences out. So again, goes back to the point, you have to think ecosystems, you have to think different solutions depending on the context.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Reminder to the audience, please submit questions via Slido. Curious for the panelists, you all have great experiences. I encourage everyone to look up their resumes online. AI goes through winters and peaks. What are your all's perspective on kind of where we're at now in relation to kind of the history of artificial intelligence and the peaks and valleys, the hype and the cooling, maybe you could call it?
I would say AI is not a monolith in that sense. So I think the trough of delusionment or the spike of expectation or whatever you want to call it, I think different subsets of AI will go through it at different points. One example that Elaine used was generating synthetic data, right? There is a generative AI technique called variational autoencoder, if you haven't heard of it. It was a big rage when new neural network architectures prior to transformers were a big deal. Right? It went through its winter of nobody wants to use that. But now it's getting to the point where, yeah, it's mature enough. It fits into a reasonably sized GPU. You don't have to break your home loan to actually sell your house to buy a cheap GPU.
Wells Fargo could give a loan.
Except I need to find those chips, first of all, if they're not available in the market. But the point is that there are certain areas which are now maturing because people are just trying, but they're also finding those edges of productivity. So I would say, it will go through that cycle, but not as a monolith. It'll go through in pockets, like traditional machine learning, XGBoost, random forest. They are mature, they are usable. AGI, not there yet. Multimodal models are going to go through the hype curve and then go back through to it. So.
And you bring up an important point about definitions here. What do we even mean when we're saying AI? We may have different conceptions. So, feel free to give your perspective on that. Yeah, Matt or Elaine, you have a comment on the peaks and valleys?
So I'll frame the question a bit differently. There's been peaks and valleys in, I think, the Army and the Department of Defense's understanding on how to procure and employ these things effectively, right? So as one of kind of our first uniform data scientists, 3 years ago, if I had a nickel for every time someone asked me, hey, can we put some AI on that? I finally got to be like, it's like Frank's, it's good on everything. But those days are gone, right? So I think
people aren't saying
they are not saying. Our warfighters are understanding that they are an essential part of the development and implementation process of these technologies, and they're deliberate in how they drive the requirements process, which is a huge step in maturity. One of the things I'm very interested in, I think at this point, state of the art, either data scarcity, task complexity, or environmental change in production, you can kind of pick one of those and be okay. We're maturing in DoD. For a while, I felt like we want all three, right? And the use cases we've got to get a little bit more practical with, so we can learn and grow over time.
That's helpful. Chintan, do you have a comment?
I was going to make a point when Matt said that. I was like, I use this term a lot, I before AI, and I think I need to stop using it. You're the one who deserves to use it.
Okay. I like that, though.
I think, Matt and Chintan mentioned it. I think right now is really a boom time. From a technology standpoint, I no longer need to explain to business partners why we need to use AI or why we use certain technology. Now everybody comes up, can we use AI to do X, Y, and Z, right? So that has actually saved a lot of things. The conversations shift. Now the challenge right now for technologies is when can we deliver values? Go back to Shin's point, is go back to the values. What value can we provide? How fast we can make it happen? Now, all these challenges, this just means more opportunity.
So, Elaine, you're doing less education than you were, say, 5 years ago?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Really? Yeah. And is it, many popular conceptions or, general conceptions of AI come from a science fiction or kind of cursory treatments, but even that you find people enter a conversation with like a good understanding. Are they reading on their own, or how are they going about learning themselves?
Well, I think, like, give you an example, ChatGPT becomes so popular right now. So many people, they actually experience that. But even my mom in her late 70s, she would tell me, "Oh, have you heard about this ChatGPT? We can do this," and she can type and ask questions in Chinese, and they give her answers, right? She can't tell whether or not it's the right answers, but at least got an answer.
She's using it. That's great.
Right? Yep. She's fascinated about this. So it's no longer a question is, should we use it, should we not use it? To your question, is she be a first mover, fast follower? I think the need is there. Now the question is, to all of us as practitioners, how to do it right. How can provide the value faster.
That's helpful. Chintan, it looks like we have a question for you, that top one. What percentage of questions to support are answered by bot?
Yeah, so I think this is pretty fresh. So we launched this about 4 weeks ago. So roughly about 3 million interactions a day out of the 30 million on the digital ecosystem. So I would say so about 80% of the everyday banking questions more or less get responded through by the bot. But then we also learn along the way that there are these interactions that we didn't anticipate to begin with, which don't have a digital parity. And so they either end up going to a branch or go to the contact center. So it's a good source of feedback for us to sort of augment our roadmap for digital and things of that sort. But yeah, so I would say a big chunk, don't quote 80%, that's just I'm going off my memory based on some emails I saw in the morning. Very high percentage of everyday interactions are with the virtual assistant. It's not just a bot. Like I said, it's an agentic thing. It's not just a response. But then over a period of time, we expect that sort of modality of interaction to increase, both in terms of people's comfort to use it, but then also the capability of those modalities to actually solve larger questions.
Gotcha. And Matt, I'm curious how this question might apply in your field. You mentioned earlier the number of people, was it over 100 involved in a predator drone flight? Like the human in the loop is often brought in the defense context of AI weapons. So how do you think about people being involved in AI tools?
Sure. So, I mean, a couple things. We are always going to be a values-based force. So our leadership is firmly committed to the use of lethal force as a human decision. And our adversaries might not agree with that, but that is something that we're not going to budge on. Where I think this gets interesting is at the intersection of trust. So, like from the human-machine teaming type of literature, we're using the term human-machine integration.
Okay.
But where we start to offload cognitive burden with our soldiers in a way that might not allow them to maintain awareness or understanding is a very interesting space.
Can you name an example? Or?
So imagine you use Google Maps to navigate someplace. When it turns off, you kind of have no idea where to get home, right? As we start to implement AI in the battlefield, let's say it was to recommend a certain battle plan. The exercise a staff goes through to develop a battle plan kind of builds you the situational context that allows you to react when the enemy does unexpected things. So those type of trade-offs are something that we're thinking deeply about, and what's the doctrine of the frameworks we want to look at those through.
That's helpful. Elena, I noticed a question for you. Are there specific AI considerations for nonprofit leaders?
So quite a bit. One of the key things in the social impact field is how can we provide value and make the world and societies better, utilize technology, in this case is AI, and make sure that our model is responsible, right? Especially serve the underserved community, and I get back to the data challenges we're talking about. And also the human in loop. And here I want to take the whole human in loop is in the next level is, it's not necessarily a lot of time when we 5-6 years ago, when we talk about human in loop, we're talking about AI model augment the human to do tasks. What I'm talking about human in loop is human fundamentally making the decisions, one, what problem to solve. That is a human decision, right? As the team leaders and business leaders, we decide what problem to solve. And that's what solution we build. So that's the first one. Two is when the AI models and what data fit into the model, it's a human decision. And then the next one is when the AI provide these options, usually it's not solution or solutions or potential solutions, human chose which solution to apply and to implement and to roll it out. Those are human solutions. And so I think for nonprofit, the key here is how to make responsible model and solutions that will actually serve like the global south, for example, or utilize the knowledge that we have and gain in the more developed world first. So that is one of the bigger challenges because we all know that in getting this financial support come from a developed society, democratic society mainly. But the bigger need is in the global south. So how do we balance that at the same time? Nonprofit also need to survive too, right? We do need to be able to make enough revenues to sustain the business.
That's helpful. The question of risks I see comes up here. Maybe setting aside the existential risk discussion that's happening, how do you all in your various fields think through the risks, the trade-offs? There are pros and cons. This kind of goes into the fast follower or first mover equation. I think both have pros and cons. So in your specific areas or fields, maybe prior experiences, how do you think about risks?
So I think, again, risk, just like with technology or any of these things, contextualized within the boundaries of the problem space, I think gives you a reasonable surface to decide whether you have to move ahead yourself, meaning the first mover in some unexplored area, which I think by and large, I don't think anybody should assume that always the answer is going to be the first mover or be a fast follower. I don't think that's, again, not a monolithic choice. It's a function of how relevant is the problem to the value proposition you bring to the mix. And so in some cases, and I'll speak for Wells Fargo and my team, we are super comfortable pushing ahead on research areas, even on like boundary conditions. So like we do a lot of work with Stanford Human-Centered AI on sort of alignment issues. We do work with MIT on quantum and then ML in context of quantum. We are very comfortable as long as we are very clear about the problem, right? Saying that, okay, you need to push forward over here. Each of these come with its own dimensionality of like, okay, if something were to go wrong, what does that do? And the first covenant obviously is no customer harm in any variation of it. You want to avoid that. So then you have to invest time and effort in building sort of what we call blast radius ecosystems, where you basically are able to experiment in a safe way. It's contained to the point where you know exactly how it's going to play out, and even if it doesn't play out the way you're hoping it plays out, you are minimizing the sort of the side effects of that. I don't think there's a lot of like variability to that, regardless of if you replace AI with something else tomorrow. It's the same sort of contextual framework around it. So I would say that's what it has to be.
Elaine, Matt, on this question?
So I think one of the things that I put back in the global perspective, in the last few years, we all know that the AI community more focused on two separate categories. So one, the more narrow AI, very advanced in terms of solutions, and that narrow AI more just focused on solving a particular task. And then the next one is more the generative AI, which is all the talks going on recently. Right? Now, when I look at it from a global perspective, that's going to be interesting, and you change an example. What is right in one society might not be right in the other society, right? There's religious differences, the cultural differences. How do we create a generative knowledge? The generative AI is basically we train a machine to have a human's ability to do things. But knowledge itself, intelligence itself, a definition of intelligence itself is being challenged. So what does that mean? And that I see is, and I don't necessarily see it as a risk, but I see it as a bigger challenge for the community to solve. And it's also a bigger opportunity here. Until we have a more agreed upon answers, I think we can never, the discussion about risk never ends.
I see the largest risks in the seams between our operational users and the folks who deliver through acquisition and our industry partners.
Okay.
So kind of we have I think a broader organizational distance from the end user and the developer than many other applications. And warfighting is an ugly business, right? So being able to understand the limitations of your equipment, understanding its system health while it's under operation, and informing a commander how much he or she can rely on that, there's inherent risks involved. I think our current systems, it challenges us to conduct data ops at a rapid enough pace to be able to inform that kind of cycle. So it's something we're working on as an organization to tie those communities together more deliberately.
That's great. And maybe in our last 5 minutes here, I just want to take advantage of the panelists' expertise, diverse organizational backgrounds and current seats. What have each of you heard here from your co-panelists, maybe that are you share similar values or ways of thinking about implementing AI systems? Maybe what are some unique unique ways of thinking about this that are just for you and your company or organization or your current role. And then if there's anything else you'd like to share before we end, you can include that.
Yeah, I would say Elaine's point about data, I think resonates quite a bit in terms of if you want to model some behavior which is not inherent in your system or your corpus of information. That's an interesting problem space to have, right? It's hard to solve, but it seems like AI could help there. Generative AI could help there. So that's an interesting space. I mean, we have played around with, like I said, variational autoencoders in a very limited context for certain things and things like that. So I think it's a problem surface worth exploring deeper. The biggest thing for me was Matt's like reaction time to the terminology also that you use, like war fighters. Right? It's a very interesting perspective because it applies a higher degree of like responsibility very quickly, right? Which I think is right. But that was an interesting insight. It's like if we use terminology like that, at least in even our context, it ups the sort of the context and also make sure that like people understand the implications of certain choices. So I think that was a good thing.
Something I always enjoy listening to industry experts is where you have both profit and cost are kind of obscure concepts in government, right? And there's some accountability challenges that come with that. So the commitment and precision with which you measure performance and investment decisions, I always enjoy hearing that and then trying to find ways to kind of hack that into the processes we're trying to implement. So that's always helpful. Earlier in the panel, the talk of centralization versus decentralization, that's one that's been, just by my personal experience, it's been easy to deliver almost immediate mission impact in a decentralized way, but it dies when that scientist redeploys. So, maturing to the point where our infrastructure and our ability to share knowledge within the service gets to the point where those things can endure and grow at a more rapid rate over time. I love listening to the way you frame those problems in industry where it's, again, a bit more accountable and quantifiable.
Maybe to tee this up for Elaine, similar issues in nonprofit sector with prices aren't involved. It's usually ideas and values is the measure.
The value, same thing I mentioned. I still think the data is the big opportunity out there. It's the challenges always come with opportunity. So that's one area. I also think the whole operational aspect of things. As people more accepted to AI solutions, that means the demand for the solutions increase, and the value people looking for faster value deliveries will drive us to look into all aspects, not just creating the AI models that work. It's actually how to turn the model into solution that solve business problem, real world problems that require beyond just the data scientists or ML engineers to train the model, but actually need to have an end-to-end ML operational pipelines and framework to support it, that whole software development journey. So I think that is another big opportunities out there.
Well, wonderful. Well, we're out of time. Please join me in thanking our excellent panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for that great conversation. It was really, great to hear about the human side of it, right? And really always pleased when I hear people talking about this and really focusing on the human aspect of it. And so next we're going to talk about challenges and trends in building generative AI apps for enterprises. And Single Store is the sponsor of this session. And with that, we'll have Mark come up and moderate the conversation. So thanks.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mark, with Mark Becky with Futrim Group. I'm a research director for AI. Glad to be up here again. We've been talking a lot today about applications, and what we're going to talk about here is foundational. I hate to use that word, fundamental. Let's call it fundamental to how you make AI. Has to do with these. There's some great phrases that have been thrown around for a few years now. That data is the new oil, and we're going to talk about data because you really don't get any AI without data. And what I don't think a lot of us understand is kind of the stack that's involved. What we need to have, who does what. And with me today is Madhukar Kumar he's the CMO of Single Store. And I want you to introduce yourself.
Sure.
And then what I'd love to hear is for you to tell us, because I think it's so important, kind of what Single Store does and how it fits into the stack of what folks need when they're looking at AI. So can you do that?
Sure. So first of all, thank you. Like you said, my name is Madhukar, and although I'm the CMO, I see myself as a developer. I started off as a developer. I've been working on applications.
He's got engineering background, so you know.
I've been writing Gen AI apps for the last 5 or 6 months. So when you think, and it's actually a really good cue from the last discussion as well. When we think about AI, and we've heard this throughout the morning as well, the core of AI is data. Like if there was no data, it would be like a really smart and fast computer, but it did not have hard drive or RAM into it. And so it'll be absolutely useless unless you have the right data for it. And when it comes to data, there are broadly 2 categories of it. There is the transactional data. So when it's an e-commerce, you're reading and writing really fast. And these are how many people purchase something, that kind of data. And then over a period of time, that goes into what's called a data warehouse. And the data warehouse or the data lake is where you run your analytics because it's more optimized for storage versus reading and writing and more optimized for analytics. And what Single Store does is think of it as a database which does help customers to build real-time applications specifically for analytics and AI. So what do I mean by that? So when you think about the 2 different kinds of databases, the transactional and analytics, if you were to combine the 2 and were able to do that in a few milliseconds, you're kind of a real-time database, and you're doing both analytics and reading, writing, and reasoning with your data in a few milliseconds. And for us, we find ourselves very fortunate with the whole generative AI thing because every single customer that I'm talking to, they're either building a Gen AI application or they're looking to add Gen AI capabilities into the application. And so in that space, what has happened is that, let's see, there are 2 things that we see. One is every enterprise wants the LLMs to be aware of their data. Because as you and I know, or everybody knows here, that your LLM is aware of data, specifically if you look at OpenAI, only till 2021 September. But let's say I am a bank and I have a huge corpus of data. Some of it is unstructured, some of it is structured, and some of it is in a warehouse, some of it is in real-time transactional database. What we are seeing is a lot of customers are saying, how do I make my LLMs more data aware? And there are 3 ways you do it. We heard about retraining your LLM, but there are 2 other ways to do it. One is fine-tuning, and I'll talk more about that. And the third one is where we see 90% of the enterprises going towards, and that's called in-context learning or memory learning, or the other term for it is retrieval augmented generation. So in effect, what it's basically doing is think of it that your end users are talking to a generative AI application, but the Gen AI application is not directly just sending you the data back from LLM. It's going to your corpus of data, curating that data, bringing it back, and then giving it back to the LLM and say, okay, you're a really smart or very fast processor, but here's my book. Tell me a question about that.
So in this, and just for clarification, Seth used some words this morning. I think you said industry-specific domains. Another one would be private domains and things like that. So just clarify for us, when you're talking about the data that you would look at, Is it private data mostly?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
So this is completely private data. And you, again, what you see here in the picture is when you say company data, it looks very simplistic here, but it's really a mishmash of petabytes of data, right? And it's all structured, unstructured, and JSON, SQL, and all that. So what really matters are two things. One, can you curate that data? And number two, so it has to be very, very accurate. And number two is, can you do that in milliseconds so I can get the LLM to work on that? So in that area, what we have seen is the emergence of semantic search or re-emergence of semantic search or vectors databases. And what that is, if you look at this picture, I was looking at it since morning, is with OpenAI, you can take your entire data and you can create what's called vectors or embeddings. And it's really like these objects could be words or it could be sentences, it could be pictures and so on. And what semantic search does, it tells you, hey, this object, which is a boy, and this object, which is a king, and this object, which is a prince, they are a lot closer to each other versus queen, princess, and a girl, and a canine, husky, and so on. So you can ask it questions like, is there an animal in this sentence? And the sentence could be something that has nothing to do with dog, but it'll still come back and tell you that. So when you're giving that information to LLM using this process, a lot of vector searches is involved these days. But where we are seeing this go is a hybrid search, where we're working with large customers where they are doing both deterministic and non-deterministic query at runtime. So it could be, I have bunch of PDFs. But you're not allowed to see some of that PDF because it might be related to M&A. And the other thing is there's some structured data into those PDF as well. So if I convert everything into a vector, then I can only do similarity search. But where the world is going to is saying, show me all data where the age of the user is between this and this, was created in my system in such and such date, and now give me the PDF only if I'm allowed to access it, and then answer the questions related to it in plain English.
So another question on this, I've always wondered this, I don't know if you guys do, but is that when you have that corporate data, let's say there's a corpus of data, does it have to be a certain size for an LLM to efficiently go after it? What have you experienced as far as that goes?
That's a really good question. So where we start, of course, with GPT, the amount of context you can give it at any given time went from 4,000 to 8,000. I think it's now 32,000. But another one, which is Anthropic's Claude, it came up with 100,000. So if you just look at 100,000, and there are rumors that OpenAI is going to add more tokens to it, that means you can literally give it like 70,000, 100,000 tokens is roughly about 70,000 words, which is 4 or 5 books, depending on the size of the book. But it's based on those token sizes. And initially it was much smaller. Now it's getting bigger and bigger. And especially with OpenAI releases, it feels like that's the way the world is headed.
Yeah, and again, I'm sorry to go with this again, but Seth mentioned this morning that they're getting to be hundreds of these LLMs.
Yes.
One thing that I'm interested in as far as the efficiencies and thinking about what you do and what you're thinking about with your data is, well, how much is this going to cost me when I'm running these things, whether I'm running training or inference or those types of things. So that's why I asked that when you look at different kinds of LLMs. Can you talk to that and what they may face if they're thinking about these things when they make choices? What are you running into?
Yeah, so obviously cost is a huge issue, and then also the time it takes
to compute.
Yeah, that also is a big factor in here. So let's go back to the 3 things that you could do to make your LLM or Gen AI application aware of your data. One is retraining. So retraining is...
Oh, you mentioned that up front.
So retraining is, let's say you are adept at sketches. I make you forget that and then teach you again to sketch just the architectures and buildings. And just by OpenAI, if you look at what they have said publicly, it took them $100 million and over 4 years to just train GPT 3.5. So training is not for everybody because you need data sets, you need compute, specifically GPU. The other piece is fine-tuning, which uses RLHF or reinforcement learning based on human feedback. And what that is, it's basically saying, okay, that LLM is great, but I want it to behave in a certain fashion. I want it to behave like Barack Obama, or I want it to behave like a doctor. So in order to do that, what you do is you feed a bunch of prompt and the expected responses. And then you test it to see if it detects the pattern and gives it back to you. So fine-tuning is a way to change the behavior, but it's, foundational on what it already does. And the third one is the in-context learning, which says, okay, great, you have all the skills, you have the knowledge. Now I'm just going to give you the context while I'm talking to you, and you just react to that.
Do you have that in kind of a business context? You can say, what's it going to cost? Maybe you have something here where you're showing.
Yeah, so I think in terms of cost, retraining is, of course, hundreds of millions of dollars, depending on your data set, your size of the engineering team and all that. The second one, fine-tuning, would still require a lot of memory, but it will also require data sets. So there's a lot of human involvement. And then the third one is you would have to choose a good data strategy. So in terms of cost, the cheapest one is the last one.
Pick a good data strategy.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And we are seeing that even for the data strategy, we are now seeing a lot more companies are saying, I need a data plane between my LLM and my data, which can do data security, governance, in context, real time, all that.
So you had another slide you wanted to show, or is that?
Yeah, I think this is kind of the emerging tech stack or the emerging, what I would say is a general pattern among most of the companies or enterprises that we have been working with. I was just talking to somebody outside that, there are commercial LLMs and they are like products, and some products are better than the others. So you have the commercial ones like OpenAI, you have Anthropic, you have Cohere, and then there are open sources ones specifically on Hugging Faces that has become better and better. Something that was leaked by Meta or from Meta turned into Vicuna then turned into Llama, and then eventually the latest one, which is Falcon 4B and 40B, supposedly is as good as GPT 3.5. So what a lot of companies are doing is they are doing a mix of these LLMs, and when you create the embeddings, you use a couple of different models, you store it, and then you use that for context to feed it back. And then depending on the feedback that you get, you then decide which one to go with and keep an audit of.
Wow. All right, so anything else here? Or we got.
No, I think this
is
it in terms of where we see the world heading.
So let's do this real quick. We'll ask, what are the most common mistakes you think enterprises make when they're thinking about on the back end? So not the back end, but the generative AI. They want to do generative AI. From your perspective, what's the most common mistake?
I think the most common, quite a few. The most common, of course, being,
quite a few.
Most common being, of course, try to boil the ocean, right? And if you try to think about all the data you have in your enterprise and try to consolidate all of that, it's going to take you years, if not months. So I think the right way to do it is to try it out with your most important pieces of data that needs to be treated in real time. And the second that I see quite a lot is they feel, I need a vector-only database. And vector-only database will only do vectors. It's not going to do lexical search. It's not going to do mix and match. And it will not do DR and other stuff that puts your data at risk. Those are the two big ones that I see.
So as a follow-up to that, what do you think are the key best practices that enterprises should take when they're building these generative AI apps?
Yeah,
from the database, from the data perspective.
Yeah, from a data perspective, I would say definitely think about the data security and data governance because
Why is that important?
Because let's take an example, right? The wealth management firm, or maybe let's say there's an audit firm. They audit documents for taxes. Now, typically, if I was that organization, I would pay $10,000 per document to be audited, which means I look at the PDF, I annotate it, kind of like the law use case we were seeing in the morning. Now, you can feed all of that into vectors and just ask in plain English, and it'll summarize, it'll give you all that other things that GPT is very well known to do that. But how do you know that I should be reading that document or not? Because if you took all the data and put it in the exact same database without any metadata about who should view that data, then you're putting that into a risk, right? And this is also another way to stop hallucinations or reduce hallucinations, because when you're giving the LLM more context during runtime, you're kind of forcing its hand to say, no, only answer within these bounded terms. Don't go make up stuff.
That makes sense. All right, we've got a couple more minutes. What lessons learned from past experience do you think enterprises can apply when they're thinking about this new generation, generative AI, and this, where we are now today?
Yeah, I think the same from a software and technology perspective, the same principles apply, which is start with experimentation, isolate, do your experiments. If it works, then you go and systemize it, and then scale up from there. And typically what I've been seeing, or what we've been seeing, is there's tons of experimentation already happening. And now we are at a point where people have started to put things into production and then trying to think about how do I scale it. But yeah, I would say that's one of the best practices. Of course, the second one is who owns the data? And that's a very tough question to answer at any large organization, specifically B2B.
And we've heard stories about that. That goes back to your data governance thing. I heard a story that it was, can I use this data for how long? Right, so let's say it's, you can't use it after a certain amount of time because it's in PII and different things that happen with financial services and all that. So it gets complicated, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's part of the data governance, which is what is the provenance of the data? Is there a log of who has viewed it and who hasn't? What did your LLM respond to, and so on? So you can do an impact analysis. All of that is what we call as metadata, or data about the data. So of course you want to feed the data, but you want it right next to the metadata so you can mix and match at the beginning to see if it's not just the right data for the right person, but after it has been served, do you keep an expiration for that and refresh it and so on?
So last question, then we'll let you guys go to lunch. That'd be great, won't it? I'm thinking if you had to think, this is a new question, so I'm going to throw it at you.
Sure.
If you were advising folks here about next steps and like what teams should be thinking about this and who should lead, kind of a structure, if you just said roughly, who should be in on this, and how do you move forward? First of all, thinking about the data, then going into from the generative AI's perspective. What's the first step, and who should go?
I think the first step should be what is the goal of the application or service that you're trying to build.
That's been a consistent message. We like that.
So whatever your goal is, and then I would then think about the overall architecture. Like, is there a front end which is more or less very similar? Although there are some emerging UX patterns with LLM, it's more of a conversational so far. But I'm willing to bet $50 in the next few weeks we will hear OpenAI or one of the other large LLM providers also introduce multimodal, which would be audio and video. So you should be able to talk to it, and it should be able to read you, view what you're viewing, and then respond in the same way. So I would say you would have to then think about what LLMs you're going to use both for your embeddings, but also in real-time conversation. And are you doing it in a way which is plug and play? So today I might be using Cohere, and tomorrow I might be using Hugging Face. Is it easy to swap them out and experiment? And then finally, the last piece would be the data piece, which is in real time, what are you doing to make sure that that data is correct, fresh, and is being fed into the LLM for the right folks to be able to see it?
Perfect timing. Madhukar, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks for your time. All right.
Thank you, Madhukar and Mark. Appreciate the insights. So I think it's been a great morning. A lot of good conversation, all centered around data, which we just heard as a single store is a platinum sponsor for the event. Thank you for that. We also talked a lot about regulations and policies that are required for this, and we also had to spend a little bit of time talking about the human implications. So how are you applying this? And there was some good consistency across the morning. As we go into lunch, which will be held on the 4th floor at Geraldine's, you can either take the elevator or take the stairs. Start thinking about the types of questions you'd like to ask during the town hall that Courtney Abercrombie and I are going to host. And then also look at the agenda for the upcoming ones and think of some questions to throw into the Slido poll. With that, let's all go to lunch and get replenished for the second half of the day.